Chapter 10-15. Almost instinctively, Leonard surveyed the area and realized that none of the other tarot members were surprised. All of them were listening carefully. They already knew? That's right. This is only my second time attending this gathering. There are many things I haven't come into contact with. There sure are many secrets involved here. Leonard retracted his gaze and returned to his previous sitting posture. Audrey paused for a moment and glanced at Zio, who was 2 people away. Then, she cast her gaze at Mr. the Hanging Man and continued. He's trying to use psychological cues on me. He wants me to interact with different nobles and understand their true attitudes on different matters before conveying it to him. Fortunately, Mr. Fool was blessed by an angel, so I wasn't actually affected. What should I do next? There's an angel's blessing? Leonard looked around in surprise once again, but he still didn't see any obvious emotional reactions from the other members of the gathering. Of course, he wasn't surprised that there was an angel beneath Mr. Fool's throne. After all, he had heard the title of Death Consul and its corresponding name countless times. He was only surprised that the members of Tarot seemed to be able to frequently pray for help at such a level. He had a higher opinion of this secret organization. At the same time, Zio acutely grasped a few keywords. Nobles. Psychological alchemy. Combined with Miss Justice's blurry figure's long blonde hair and green eyes, she seemed to be able to associate it with a friend. Audrey Hall. However, she couldn't be sure. This was because among the nobles of Rouen, blonde hair, black hair, green eyes, and blue eyes were relatively common. They were just matched differently. Furthermore, no one knew how many members psychological alchemy had developed in this circle. Therefore, just based on the characteristics she had concluded, Zio didn't believe that she could directly point to Miss Audrey. As she attempted to observe further, the hanging man, Alger, had already taken the initiative to say, "There's no need to pay too much attention to this matter. There's no need to pay too much attention to this matter. The various Orthodox churches have corresponding protective measures for their believers, preventing them from being assassinated or hypnotized. This is an experience accumulated over 1,000 years of history. It won't be so easily destroyed. From another point of view, if the psychology alchemists could really control the nobles and hypnotize them so easily, the ones ruling this country wouldn't be the royal family or the 3 churches. Clearly, the facts contradict this. Yes, just as you said, when Rambus is only hinting to you to observe the true attitudes of different nobles on different matters. This means that he's very restrained and doesn't dare to go overboard to prevent leaving unnecessary traces. In addition, your actual status in the noble circles should only be at the periphery. You can't directly participate in all kinds of political matters. Therefore, relatively speaking, your protection and the investigation of your situation won't be that strict. This is also the reason why Win Rambus has targeted you. Mr. the Hanging Man's analysis is very detailed. Although he often taught Little Sun and the others in this manner in the past, there was a certain implicit demand, hoping to obtain useful information from the feedback. But this time, there aren't any similar details. The suggestion he just made for the disciplinary action. Come to think of it, it seems like he's been changing for a very long time. It's just that it wasn't so obvious in the past. I overlooked it. Audrey's professional instincts kicked in as she quickly did a psychological analysis of the hanging man. She quickly came up with a guess, suspecting that Mr. the Hanging Man was doing a transformation of his own position. Ever since Hermit joined the Tarot and revealed her channels and resources at sea, Mr. the Hanging Man has unconsciously sought to change, attempting to differentiate himself from her. Before the artisan's problem happened, this change wasn't obvious. Even Mr. the Hanging Man himself didn't have a clear understanding and awareness of it. It was only recently that he seemed to have thought things through. Indeed, to maintain his position in the Tarot, increasing his strength is one aspect, but it's also another aspect that he can help the overall situation. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she focused her attention back to the topic from before. She pondered for a moment as her tone subconsciously turned heavy. Does this also mean that the Orthodox churches are monitoring, controlling, and guiding the important nobles to a certain extent? This was something she had thought of in the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation's office. The scene that she had unconsciously drawn reflected her worries in this regard. In psychology, the elements depicted in such a state often didn't point to anything specific. It was more of an abstract expression, and cold eyes often reflected the fear of external forces watching, monitoring, and controlling oneself and one's family. Combined with her worries about Vin Rambise's psychological cues before she subconsciously drew, and the fact that her parents had attended the Church of Evernight's Mass with the Archbishop of Bakeland, Audrey's interpretation was that not only was she afraid of the hypnosis and cues of psychological alchemy, she was also afraid of the Orthodox churches. She couldn't be sure that they wouldn't directly use their beyonder powers to instill thoughts into the important nobles' believers, leading them to do things that went against their belief. To Audrey, who had received an Orthodox education from a young age, this was a form of blasphemy and rebellion. Therefore, she tensed up and hurriedly burned the piece of paper that contained the picture. After hearing Miss Justice's question, the hanging man Alger scoffed. "Isn't this very normal? To live in human society, one has to accept certain levels of monitoring, control, and guidance. I understand what you're afraid of, but think about it. What's the essential difference between using power, status, money, and firearms to control and guide, and using beyonder powers to do something similar? The difference is that one knows that they don't want to do it, but they have no choice but to do it. The other doesn't even have the thought of not doing it." Audrey immediately nodded. "Yes, this means that even the soul and thoughts have lost their freedom. That's the most terrifying thing." "The hanging man," Alger laughed again. "How can there be a soul and thoughts that are absolutely free? By choosing faith and ideals, one will naturally be bound by faith and ideals. Yes, just in the case of the Kingdom of Rouen, the three churches are equal, and with the existence of the royal family, they essentially form a balance. If the Church of the Storm goes overboard with important believers, that believer can switch allegiance to the Church of Evernight. Therefore, in most cases, the Orthodox churches are more inclined to use their religious status and beliefs to guide important believers, rather than beyonder powers." Balance. Justice Audrey ruminated over this word. She had a new understanding of the kingdom's upper echelons and the entire world. This was a term she had come into contact with in the past, but she hadn't deeply understood it. At this moment, she felt that many of her ideas had suddenly matured. "Thank you for your answer, Mr. the Hanging Man." Audrey sincerely used a respectful form of address. "Then, how should I deal with Vin Rambis?" "The Hanging Man," Alger said calmly. "His problem isn't urgent. You have the ability to deal with him. Obtain unimportant information, protect the core secrets, and find an opportunity to obtain the potion formula or even beyonder ingredients. After a period of time, when there are corresponding changes, you can consider changing your strategy. Of course, you can't be careless. Duke of Negan is an example of a mistake." Just as he said that, World Gairman Sparrow, who was sitting at the bottom of the long, mottled table, looked at Miss Justice and laughed hoarsely. "When the time comes, even if Vin Rambis dies, no one will suspect you. Even if Vin Rambis dies. He's a demigod. Mr. World has thoughts of attacking Vin Rambis? It's possible. He's been investigating Quarren's suicide. He was even the one who told me about Vin Rambise's true identity." Audrey's eyes widened slightly as her heart stirred. Back when she hated and feared Vin Rambis the most, she had never thought of killing this psychological alchemy counselor. She only considered how to avoid being guided. On the one hand, it was because she didn't have such thoughts, and on the other hand, it was because he was a demigod existence. This was the power at the top of the kingdom and the church. "I know what to do. Thank you." Audrey then took a small breath and politely thanked them. Klein sure is arrogant. He even wants to eliminate Amon's avatar in Bakeland. One Vin Rambus is indeed nothing. Leonard looked at World Gehrman Sparrow with mixed feelings. Katlia and company fell silent. After ending the topic of psychological alchemy, Klein controlled World Gehrman Sparrow to make him look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something I wish to discuss with Mr. Starr in private. For the time being, Klein didn't plan on letting the other members of Tarot know about the elimination of Amon's avatars. This wasn't good for keeping it a secret, and it might even cause them to be targeted by Amon. Sure. The fool Klein naturally wouldn't deny his request. As Leonard reflected over the fact that there was such a thing as a private exchange, he picked out the key points and told Klein about Pallas Zoros's reply, including the problem of the loss of the worm of time beyond her characteristic. This made Klein suddenly understand how he could use his worms of spirit to create charms or bullet. He would first split up a few and kill them. When the characteristics they contained returned to his body, the remaining materials could be used like the worms of time. The only problem is that killing the worms of spirit will cause some damage to me. After all, every worm of spirit contains a portion of my spirit body. Yes, I have to control the number each time. Then, I have to fully recover before I can do the next one. Klein thoughtfully made World Gehrman Sparrow reply. I will quickly confirm if concealment will protect you and give you an answer. If there's no problem, let's attempt to search for sealed artifacts at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway. Of course, I will also think of a way to identify the grafting of fate. Klein wasn't sure if the gaze above the gray fog could see the truth of fate, just like how it could discover believers being parasitized. Therefore, he planned on using a paper crane to contact Snake of Mercury, Will Osepton, to get the professional's opinion. All right. As Leonard lampooned how Old Man Sparrow would have recovered a long time ago if a sealed artifact at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway was that easy to obtain. P.S. Seeking monthly votes on the last day and a half of August, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 10:16. After ending the private conversation, Klein made the World's German Sparrow look at the hermit Katlia. Please inform Queen Mystic that I wish to meet her in the near future and discuss some matters. The exact time and location will be determined by her. Queen Mystic? So Hermit represents the king above the 5 seas. Leonard was first taken aback before he came to a realization. What is it? The hermit Katlia frowned warily and said, I'll help you pass the message, but I can't guarantee that she will agree. Okay. The World's German Sparrow frowned slightly, indicating that there was no problem. Okay. The World's German Sparrow nodded simply, indicating that there was no problem. At this moment, Derek finally found an opportunity to ask, What's going on? He asked, Everyone. He glanced at Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World before continuing, My advancement ritual to a priest of light is to bury my entire body in pure darkness. My ritual to advance to priest of light is to bury my entire body in ice that normally wouldn't melt in pure darkness. Yes, it's not difficult to obtain such ice in the City of Silver, but how do I create pure and safe darkness? So this is the advancement ritual for a priest of light. Little Sun sure is honest and simple. Due to her lack of experience and knowledge, Audrey was unable to provide any effective suggestions. All she could do was cast her gaze at the person who could resolve this problem. The World's Mr. German Sparrow. And at this moment the World was pinching his temples. The fool Klein was rapidly thinking of a solution. Sigh, if it's in the outside world, pure darkness is very easy to obtain. Ice that doesn't melt is the most troublesome, but the City of Silver is the opposite. The darkness there is too dangerous. Being in it will either disappear into thin air or be attacked by strange monsters. I can get Leonard to provide me with some Evernight domain charms and mobilize the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I can use Little Sun's prayer to provide him with an artificial darkness. However, the problem is that I can't be sure if this will bring about the same dangers that are commonly seen in the City of Silver. This is something that divination can't resolve. When it doesn't involve myself, I can only determine if the matter is dangerous and when it should be carried out. And in such an environment, there are too many factors mixed together, and there are too many sources of danger. I'll summon a Rhodes later and ask it. Klein had previously considered the problem of Little Sun's advancement ritual, but he had never found an answer. Seeing the world remain silent, Leonard, who originally wanted to say that pure darkness is very easy to create, silently shut his mouth. He reconsidered Sun's words and caught onto a word he had previously overlooked. Safe. In the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, darkness equals danger? Leonard had roughly grasped the key point, but due to his lack of understanding, he was unable to provide any suggestions. Finally, the hanging man Alger spoke. He glanced at son Derek and said, I will help you gather information and find a solution. I will help you gather information and find a way, but in the process, you may need to cooperate with me to verify if it is feasible. No problem. Derek answered without any hesitation. Following that, he added, you don't have to be too anxious. You don't have to be too anxious. I still have more than a month to digest the notary potion. The hanging man Alger nodded gently, indicating that there was no need to remind him. At this moment, Katlia deliberated for a moment and looked at son Derek. Perhaps you can consider this problem from another angle. Your advancement ritual won't last too long. It's completely possible to resolve this matter by increasing the amount of time you can survive in pure darkness. I remember you mentioning that there are two types of danger when you're in darkness without light. One is the attack of strange monsters that appear out of nowhere, and the other is the inexplicable disappearance, as though they've evaporated. The former is easy to resolve. You can request for some sealed artifacts from the chief, or you can directly get him to protect you. I don't know much about the latter. Try asking the chief. Sun thought carefully and suddenly felt that this was indeed an idea. Furthermore, it had quite a high chance of success. He then replied in pleasant surprise, Thank you, Ma-am Hermit. The exchange and learning continued as the gathering slowly came to an end. Seeing that it was about time, the fool Klein tapped the edge of the table and said, That's all for today. That's all for today. Your will is our will. Audrey and company stood up at the same time and bowed respectfully. After their figures disappeared above the gray fog, Klein left and returned to the real world. He first took out his wallet and found the paper crane that Will Ossepton had folded. He unfolded it on the desk, picked up a pencil, and wrote in a concise and forceful manner, There's something. After folding the paper crane again and stuffing it under his pillow, Klein lay on the bed and really began his afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, he saw the desolate, pitch-black plains and the towering steeple. Passing through the wilderness and passing through wooden doors, Klein arrived at a familiar corner. A black pram drove out from the thick shadows. Wrapped in silver silk, Will Ossepton sucked at his right thumb and accused in a bad mood. You're getting more and more impolite. Klein laughed dryly. With our relationship, there's no need to be so polite, right? Will Ossepton grunted and said, Speak. What's the matter? It's like this. I recently encountered Amon's avatar, Klein said directly. The baby's mouth widened bit by bit, as though he was about to cry on the spot. Finally, he controlled himself and said, I haven't even been born for a month. I don't need you to do anything. I just want to ask you a question, Klein hurriedly added. Will Ossepton raised his meaty arm and waved it a few times. What question? Klein immediately smiled and said, That's right. Amon's avatars can steal the fate of others and appear as someone else. I want to know how to see through such a terrifying thing. Will Ossepton chuckled, raised his index finger, and pointed to the sky. Pray for help. From the looks of it, Using the gray fog's powers can indeed discover the grafting of fate. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he became certain. The so-called use was to use his marionette to pray to the fool while he himself entered the world above the gray fog. Through the point of light that represented his believers, he could observe the surrounding streets and search for any abnormalities. In a certain sense, this was equivalent to the fool's gaze. It was equivalent to having true vision. But the problem is that it's impossible for me to keep observing from above the gray fog. Who knows, Amon might enter Buckland Street and do something while I'm observing him. After some thought, he asked after some deliberation, "Is there anything else you want to remind me of?" Will Ossepton turned his head to the side without looking at him as he mumbled, "You have to visit me and my parents this week. You'll have to visit me and my parents this week at tea time." "No problem." Klein agreed without any hesitation. Only then did the baby turn his head back and chuckle. "Next week, on Wednesday or Thursday, your fate will have some ups and downs." "Is that so?" Klein nodded in thought as he watched the black pram slowly retreat into the shadows. After waking up from his dream, he packed his items and began setting up the altar without any rest. This time, he directly prayed to the Evernight goddess and not artificial death. This was to prevent Amon from using the changes in fate to pry into the source of the disturbance and discover that something was amiss. How could a blessed of the Evernight pray to artificial death? After completing the preparations, Klein raised his hand to wipe his face, turning into the cold-looking German sparrow. Without realizing it, his height had shortened by a few centimeters. After lighting the first 2 candles, Klein made the ordinary candle that represented me light up with a yellowish flame. The first 2 candles were made from night vanilla and slumber flowers to symbolize Evernight, while the other was made from white chestnut flowers and wild roses to symbolize concealment. Right on the heels of that, he created a wall of spirituality, dripped full moon essential oil, and burned the herbal powder that pleased the deity. Step by step, he completed the ritual. Finally, Klein took 2 steps back, activated his spirit vision, and chanted softly, "I pray for the power of Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings." I encountered blasphemer Amon's avatar in Bakeland. He was searching for demigod-level characteristics of the Marauder pathway. I pray to obtain the blessings of concealment to complete the mission of eliminating blasphemer's avatar. Night vanilla, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please pass my prayer to the goddess. Moonflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please pass my prayer to the goddess. After chanting, Klein waited patiently for a while, but nothing happened. There wasn't even a response. The goddess is at a critical stage of grasping the uniqueness of the death pathway, so she's unable to give a response that exceeds the norm? Should I try praying to artificial death? After all, if there's the blessings of concealment, Amon won't be able to see anything. If not, the source of the disturbance in fate wouldn't be here. Klein frowned bit by bit as he ended the ritual and tidied up the altar. He felt that he had to find another solution. After he was done with the desk, he turned around, and just as he was about to walk to the reclining chair, a figure suddenly jumped into his vision. The figure was wearing a simple linen robe that had traces of being mended. A belt made of tree bark was tied around her waist, and her raven-black hair cascaded down without restraint. Her feet weren't wearing any shoes or socks, and they were covered in dust and scars. This was a lady. Her facial features were extremely ordinary, and her dark eyes were no different from a normal person's. However, just looking at her made Klein's heart feel extremely peaceful. Even the sudden feeling of alarm and wariness couldn't shake this point. P.S. Requesting for a monthly vote on the last day of August, it would be a waste if you don't vote. Chapter 10:17. You are? Klein asked in a rather complicated state of calmness. The lady in the simple robe nodded slightly. Ariana, servant of concealment. Servant of concealment. Ariana. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly as he knew the identity of the lady in front of him. As a Beyonder of the Nighthawks, how could he be unfamiliar with the name Ariana? The matron of the Evernight cloister, the head of the 13 archbishops, and a possible future pope. Regardless of her identity, it was common knowledge in religion and mysticism. As for the name Servant of Concealment, Klein had read about it in Roselle the Great's diary. Combined with similar names like Attendant of Mysteries, he suspected that it pointed to the level of an angel. At the same time, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, it was impossible for Ariana to be a sequence 1 angel when there was a sequence 0 present. Klein believed that the Servant of Concealment was likely a sequence 2 of the Evernight pathway. It's not that the goddess didn't respond, but the way she responded is very special. She directly sent her servant over. Klein had mixed feelings that were indescribable. After a few seconds of silence, he solemnly bowed. "Good afternoon, Your Highness Ariana." In the various churches, if a demigod at the level of an angel walked the earth, they would add the suffix Your Highness when addressing them in person as a sign of respect. Similarly, representatives of the deities such as popes, and patriarchs had to add Your Holiness. In addition, the leader of a church could also be referred to as Patriarch or Holy See. Of course, most of the time, Holy See could also be used to refer to the church. Ariana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise manner as she replied piously. "May the goddess bless you." She then said, "I'm an ascetic. You can directly call me Ma Am." "Yes, Ma Am Ariana." Klein didn't insist at all. Ariana looked at him calmly for 2 seconds before asking directly, "You want to deal with Blasphemer Amon's avatar in Bakeland?" "Yes, I wish to obtain the blessings of concealment," Klein answered frankly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little troubled. This was because it was different from what he had expected. His original idea was that the goddess would bless and protect him. Then, he would join forces with Pallas Zoroast in Leonard to eliminate all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland. During this process, it wouldn't expose the problem of Leonard and the Marauder Pathway Angel. But now, the blessings had become corporeal and would participate in battle. Once Pallas Zoroast took action, he would definitely be discovered. When that happened, the outcome would be. The Klein didn't want him to join forces with Pallas Zoroast. Let him just be an informant and share some of the spoils of war? As Klein's thoughts raced, Ariana spoke in an unhurried manner. "I can use the power of concealment to prevent anything that happens from being seen, but I can't guarantee that I can eliminate all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland." Pallas Zoroast said that he can do it. The one who understands Amon the most is indeed a sequence, one of the same pathway. Klein thought for a moment. "Ma Am Ariana, I already have a mature and complete plan. All you need is the power of concealment. There's no need for you to participate in the actual battle. I'll handle the rest." Ariana nodded, raised her right arm, and opened her palm. Specks of light lit up, deep and resplendent. They quickly outlined a metal in her palm. The metal was crystalline, as though it was made of black gemstones. It gave people the feeling that it existed when they looked at it, but it would vanish when they didn't look at it. "This is my Evernight coat of arms. It doesn't have any characteristics or powers. Its only use is to form a connection with me once it's activated, regardless of where you are in the real world," Ariana simply described. "Before you begin your operation, remember to use it. I will provide you with the power of concealment. If you need more direct help, use Ancient Hermes to say the name Ariana while activating it. This is equivalent to a solidified altar and ritual that points to me." At the level of an angel, the range of responding to prayers has expanded to include the entire world? Klein instantly grasped the essence of the Evernight coat of arms. As a bizarro sorcerer, he was still unable to respond to prayers. This was a trait that only Sequence 3 possessed. Of course, as Sea God and the Fool, He was sufficiently skilled in this aspect. Klein didn't decline. He received the Evernight coat of arms and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for your bestowment." With that said, he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Praise the lady! This way, he could still join forces with Pallas Zoroast. As long as he didn't need to chant the name, Ariana, in ancient Hermes when activating the Evernight coat of arms, it wouldn't be a problem. "Praise the lady," Ariana replied piously. Her figure disappeared as though she had been erased by an eraser. Did she leave by transforming into a concealed state? Klein pursed his lips with a guess. At the same time, he was filled with doubts about how Ariana could arrive so quickly. After all, the Evernight pathway wasn't the type that was good at teleportation. It definitely wouldn't take a long time to travel from the Winter County Church to Bakeland, but it definitely wouldn't be short either. My ritual isn't the kind that prays for a direct descent. Could it be that Ariana happens to be in the vicinity, in the greater Bakeland region? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? If it's not a coincidence, the problem is even more serious. What's she doing in the Bakeland region? Undercurrents are surging. Klein retracted his gaze and patiently waited for a while before transforming back into Dwayne Dantes. He took out a pen and paper again and drew a symbol that was a combination of concealment and prying eyes. Just as the last stroke of the symbol was completed, the full-body mirror in the master bedroom emitted a dark but pure light, like the surging undercurrents at the bottom of a lake. Right on the heels of that, rows of saluting cannons appeared in the mirror, firing fireworks into the sky. Gold, silver, red, and blue exploded, forming words in the mirror. "Welcome back, great master. Your loyal servant, Arodes, has witnessed that you have regained a portion of your authority. I'm trembling at your gradually recovering aura. You will eventually return to that supreme position, allowing the entire world to turn calm under your gaze. This sure is enthusiastic. There's something new every time." Klein nodded slightly without saying a word. Amidst the fireworks, the words collapsed and reformed, forming a new sentence. "Great Master, what instructions do you have?" "I have a question," Klein said calmly. "In a place where one will encounter danger in the darkness, how should one create a safe and pure darkness? There are probably 2 types of danger. The first is to make people evaporate in the darkness, and the second is to be attacked by strange monsters." On the full-body mirror's surface, the fireworks calmed down as aqueous light rippled. Silver words appeared one after another. "Great Master, are you referring to the forsaken land of the gods? This magic mirror knows quite a bit. It even gave me a question in passing." Klein nodded. "Yes." Without any pause, Arodes revealed line after line of Ruan text on the full-body mirror. The formation of the forsaken land of the gods is related to the fall of the second creator. The danger of the night there should originate from the mutation of 2 intrinsic powers. Firstly, it's the remnant divine powers of the Evernight goddess. Secondly, it's the influence left behind by the creator. He wields the authority of shadows, darkness, corruption, and mutations. The former can make living beings vanish into thin air, while the latter can directly produce monsters in the darkness. So the 2 dangers originate from different powers. It's no wonder there's such a huge difference in performance. Arodes calls the ancient sun god the second creator. This is very close to my guess. Amon and Adam's father wasn't the awakening of the original creator, but a transmigrator who inherited a huge inheritance? Klein asked in thought. In that case, the Evernight goddess was involved in the fall of the second creator? This was something that Klein had vaguely expected. This was because in the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods, humans would vanish as though they had evaporated. It was very similar to the situation in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, where people would mysteriously vanish if they didn't sleep at night. And according to Little Sun's description, the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, who wielded the authority of evernight and concealment, had long perished in the second epoch. It was impossible for him to have done it. Therefore, unless another deity of the evernight pathway was born in between, it was very difficult for the two strange phenomena to not be related to the evernight goddess. On the surface of the mirror, the silver light quickly converged and condensed into a word. Yes. Right. Klein was just about to press further when he suddenly shut his mouth. This was because he recalled his identity, blessed of the evernight. Therefore, even when no one was watching, he had to pay attention to his respect for the deities. He couldn't seek out the related secret. Of course, that was excluding the mysterious space above the gray fog. Just as he was about to return to the previous question and urge Rhodes to list out a solution, he saw the silver words in the full-body mirror squirm and change. Great Master, your loyal servant, Rhodes, has a tiny request. See, can we not discuss anything related to the evernight goddess? At the end of the question, there was a simple drawing of a person who had shrunk into a ball. Just what I wanted. Klein deliberately pondered for 2 seconds. All right. On the surface of the mirror, the flowing of the silver marks suddenly became brisk as the words took form one after another. There are 2 solutions to your previous question. The first is to accept corruption and transform yourself into a monster in the darkness. The reason why these creatures don't vanish into thin air in the night is because they are protected by the authority of degeneration. This way, all the darkness will be pure and safe. The second is to create a darkness that comes with a temporary world of dreams. It will allow the spirit body to be protected by the dream. This can effectively slow down the corrosion of the dangerous night. P.S. First day of September. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1018. In August, I started a new volume. The overall pace was actually faster than the previous 4 volumes at the same stage. After all, in terms of plot structure, it was already at the later stages. When the 5th volume ends, the next 3 volumes would definitely have fewer chapters than the previous ones. In this month, my biggest attempt was to make some adjustments to my writing technique. First, I increased the use of POV technique. I didn't use it directly, but I extracted the special characteristics of fixed shots. However, I didn't use it much at the moment. I mainly intended to use it when there were multiple characters pushing the same plot. I hoped to show the big scenes and give it an epic feel. At the same time, it would better enrich the different characters. Of course, I would still write normally at other times. Secondly, during the tarot gathering, in order to avoid repetition and procrastination, I currently hoped to shift the focus from how we reacted to different events to how we cooperated with each other. We wanted to use events to bring up the characters, bring up the topic, create something different, and push the plot forward. As a qualified secret organization, a mastermind behind-the-scenes organization, it was time for me to show off my talent. This was also part of the feeling that I had wanted to convey when I first set up the tarot gathering. Speaking of which, I was quite satisfied with the tarot gathering that had just ended. Many details had become lively again. In August, other than the normal rest, I didn't apply for leave. But actually, I didn't rest that much. I only took half a day off every week. The rest of the time was used to accumulate chapters. Currently, the number of chapters compared to July had increased by 1 chapter. I spread my hands. This was something that couldn't be helped. Recently, there were many meetings and activities. I had to fly here and there. It would be the same for the next half a month. At the beginning of September, there was an online literature forum in Chengdu. As the person in charge of the Sichuan Online Writers Association, I had to participate. In mid-September, the Chinese Writers Association had set up an online literature section at the China-Canada Film Festival. I was invited to participate, so I had to fly to Canada. So, I didn't dare to rest for half a day this weekend. I had to accumulate chapters. Next weekend, I had to strive for constant updates. Of course, if I really needed to apply for leave, I would make up for it later. When the above schedule was over, I would reject all subsequent invitations. Yes, I would bring out the spirit of taking leave from school. Anyway, until the end of the year, I would write well and update seriously. This was what an author should do. In August, Mystery won first place again. Thank you, everyone. As for adding more chapters, I won't forget. Let's do it in late September. I'll add chapters after I'm done with those things. Today's chapter has already been updated. The next chapter will be on Monday at midnight. This way, it won't take too long. Finally, I hope for a monthly ticket for September. Chapter 10:19. To allow a spirit body to receive the protection of a dream and delay the corrosion of the dangerous night. This is similar to the need to sleep when night falls in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Also, the power of the forsaken land of the gods isn't controlled by the goddess. Once it disappears into the darkness, it definitely won't enter the foggy town. Where will it lead to? Or is it to stay where it is, unable to come into contact with its companions or the real world until it starves or dies of old age? After reading Rhodes's answer, Klein came to a realization and roughly grasped the crux of the matter. However, he felt that it wasn't necessarily useful. This was because Sun sought pure darkness in order to bury himself in ice that normally wouldn't melt to consume the Priest of Light potion. Once he entered a dream, he wouldn't be able to control his body to complete the most important step. That way, it would be meaningless no matter how long he lasted in the lightless darkness. Yes, I'll wait for Little Sun to ask the chief of the City of Silver and consider the specific plan based on his answer. Of course, before that, I'll first obtain the corresponding method from Leonard and understand how to create a temporary world of dreams darkness. Klein nodded slightly, acknowledging the answer given by the magic mirror. As for the first method of accepting the corruption and transforming into a monster in the darkness, he didn't even consider it. In the Beyonder world, this was equivalent to suicide. It was almost impossible to save him. Realizing that there was still one question he hadn't answered, Klein deliberated for a moment. Where can I obtain the potion formula for the Seer Pathways Sequence 3 Scholar of Yore? On the full-body mirror's surface, aqueous light rippled once again, illuminating a deep hall without any natural light source. This scene was very familiar to Klein as he instantly recalled what it represented. This was where Zeradol, who had turned into a monster, was hiding. However, this time, deep in the hall, there was no longer the blurry and gigantic maggots. Just as Klein's pupils dilated slightly, silver words appeared beneath the scene. Great Master, Zeradol has disappeared. I can't see him anymore. Gone. For a moment, Klein nearly forgot to breathe. Although he had long known that Zeradol had returned, after all, this was a chain reaction caused by him opening the foggy town's door. He never expected that this big shot had already silently left the palace he used to live in. His whereabouts were unknown. Even Rhodes is unable to discover his whereabouts. What is he plotting? The more Klein thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he was certain of one thing. His control over the mysterious space above the gray fog was insufficient. For the time being, he could only restrain the uniqueness that Beyonders of the real world had attached to him, making it difficult for Beyonders of the corresponding pathways to see him. He was still unable to suppress the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. And the gray fog had proven time and again that he had an invisible ability to attract Beyonders or sealed artifacts of the Seer Pathway, Apprentice Pathway, and Marauder Pathway. Among them, the effect on the Seer Pathway was the most obvious. In addition, I'm considered a rather attractive Sequence 4 Bizarro Sorcerer. It's not impossible for Zeradol to suddenly come to Bakeland one day. Klein maintained his expression and said to the full-body mirror that was changing the scenery, I'm not afraid. Got it. The next scene that Rhodes presented was equally familiar to Klein. It was the Antigonus family's treasure trove at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. At the bottom of this scene, a line of silver words quickly appeared. "Great Master, there's another possibility, but I can't tell what it is. I only know that it's easier than the previous two." There's no Antigonus family notebook this time? That's right. It will guide the wielder to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure trove. It's something that can be combined with the previous option. What's the possibility that a Rhodes can't tell? Based on my understanding of the factions of the seer pathway, it's referring to praying to the goddess? The goddess is the mother of concealment. Therefore, if she wants a Rhodes to see the answer, it can see it. If she doesn't want it to see it, it won't be able to tell anything. Klein's thoughts wandered as he quickly made the connection. Of course, he didn't believe that directly praying would allow him to obtain the scholar of your potion formula. It was just too ridiculous. It was like a child's game. From his experience as a Nighthawk, he suspected that he needed to accumulate enough contribution points to obtain the scholar of your potion formula from the Evernight goddess through a ritual. Accumulate contribution points. What a familiar phrase. Klein sighed silently as he came up with an idea. Clearly, there was a hint to how to accumulate contribution points. It was to deal with the problem of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. However, Klein suspected that the goddess's seer pathway potion formula was very likely only up to Scholar of Yore. There weren't any subsequent angelic step. This was because the Antigonus family's angel hadn't directly perished back then. Instead, he had escaped to a secret palace and lost control, turning into a monster. He was in a half-sealed state. In addition, the Fool card was still there, but it hadn't been taken out. At this moment, Klein was prepared to ask about Amon's avatar, but he suddenly recalled that in the Rat Demigod's memories, the Marauder Pathway Angel and Amon had warned him with a mirror. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein narrowed his eyes and looked at the full-body mirror. He nodded and said, "All right, that's all for today. Go back. If there's anything else in the future, I'll summon you." "Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master, your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, will be waiting to return to your side at any time." On the mirror, beams of light gathered, either forming words or a figure waving its hand. After everything returned to normal, Klein turned around and picked up the piece of paper with the symbol. He snapped his fingers, causing it to burst into scarlet flames. As the ashes drifted down bit by bit, he opened his left hand. In his palm were two transparent maggots that shimmered with three-dimensional mysterious symbols. The two maggots writhed gently as they had a life of their own. They filled the entire bedroom with a crazy and strange feeling of change, causing the surrounding light to flicker without any pattern. These were the worms of spirit that Klein had separated out. Suddenly, Klein reached out his right palm and pressed down on the two transparent maggots. An instant later, his palm stopped at a spot that happened to touch the worm of spirit. He raised his palm and lowered it, paused, and raised it again. After a few times, Klein suddenly exerted force with a deadpan expression. Amidst the invisible and illusory cracking sound, his head suddenly felt a stabbing pain. This made him feel like his soul was being torn apart. It was even more painful than being stabbed. Klein used his clown powers to control the twitching of his facial muscles. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand to rub his temples and mumbled inwardly, "Indeed, the death of every worm of spirit will result in damage to my spirit body. Indeed, the death of every worm of spirit brings damage to my spirit body. My current limit should be 6. Yes, I'll stop trying for now. I'll see how long it will take for me to recover. Thankfully, this is something that I can endure. Otherwise, if my marionette is destroyed in an intense battle and I don't have time to retrieve the worms of spirit, it would be dangerous. Yes, it's different from Amon's Worm of Time avatars. A Bizarro sorcerer's worms of spirit don't necessarily die when their marionettes are destroyed. Most of the time, A Bizarro sorcerer can retrieve them in time because the distance between the main body and the marionette isn't that exaggerated. After confirming the situation and waiting for the Beyonder characteristic contained in the worms of spirit to return to his main body, Klein rummaged for ingredients and set up a ritual to pray to the fool. After a series of back-and-forth operations, Klein used the remnant bodies of the 2 worms of spirit, 2 thin silver slices, and a portion of the complex 3-dimensional symbols that he had previously copied from the item given to Snake of Mercury, Will Auseptin, to create 2 silver-black bullets. The surface of the 2 bullets was engraved with indescribable strange patterns. They extended all the way inwards, as though they converged at a point in the middle. The overall glow was deep, but it didn't appear dim. Just a glance at it made one's thoughts feel sluggish. Klein tossed the gold coin and used divination combined with his spiritual intuition to quickly grasp the abilities of the 2 bullets in his hand. Once hit, the target would immediately enter a state of paralysis. This state would be maintained for different lengths of time depending on the strength of one's spirit body. Even a sequence 3 saint would be stiff for a second or 2. This exceeds the limits of my own abilities. Of course, the premise is that I can hit them. Yes, this stems from the augmentation of the Grey Fog's powers. These 2 bullets should be at the same level as the Fate Siphon charm. Although my worms of spirit aren't comparable to Amon and Palez's worms of time, the mysterious space above the Grey Fog that I could previously use is clearly inferior to now. I'll call them, control spirit bullets. Klein took out Death Knell from his underarm holster, shook out the cylinder, and stuffed the 2 silver-black control spirit bullets into it. Following that, he spread out a piece of paper beside the altar and wrote, "Your next mission is to search for higher-level charms or Beyonder bullet. May God be with you. A so-and-so who has made 3 requests of you." This letter was written to Patrick Bryan of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. Wouldn't it be a waste to not use a subordinate? As Klein mumbled, he folded the letter and summoned Patrick Bryan's messenger at the altar. On the surface of his desk, pitch-black flames strangely appeared and quickly gathered together, turning into a translucent bird with dark feathers. The spirit world creature glanced at Klein, slowly lowered its head, and picked up the letter with its beak. Seeing it disappear, Klein nodded slightly and muttered inwardly, "That's right. Patrick's contract partner isn't of a low level either." He quickly reined in his thoughts and took out another piece of paper. "I've already received permission from concealment. You can attempt to gather items at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway. In addition, I've found a way to see through the theft and substitution of fate. You don't have to be too anxious. Do you know how to create darkness that contains a temporary world of dreams? If you have the time, you can go to Tingen once and help me create flaring sun bullets using 3-0782. This mutated sun sacred emblem contains a drop of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood. Only by sufficiently increasing your strength will you be more confident in dealing with Amon's avatars. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Requesting a recommendation ticket on Monday, Chapter 2, noon. Chapter 1020. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard, who had specially returned home to participate in the tarot gathering, was just about to head out to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement to read through the information in preparation for the night's operation to placate the souls when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the messenger wearing a dark and complicated dress holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. As a soul assurer, he could directly see spirit-type creatures. After receiving the letter from Klein, Leonard didn't even have the chance to thank her before Rionette Tinker turned around and walked into the void without any hesitation. "Old man, why would Klein have a messenger of this level? Is this a benefit of a blessed?" Leonard couldn't help but lower his voice and ask Palaz Zorost. He had originally fantasized that this was a standard configuration for tarot members, but he later realized that he had been overthinking things. Palaz Zorost's slightly aged voice immediately chuckled. It should be unique to Klein Moretti. Everyone has their own special encounters, don't they? Isn't it the same for a fellow like you? Heh, I thought you would use incomplete angel to describe him, but you changed it to messenger of this level. Not bad. You still remember my warning. Leonard curled the corners of his mouth as he unfolded the letter and read the contents. As expected of a blessed of concealment and fate, Pallas Zoroast quickly scanned the beginning with Leonard's eyes. Leonard didn't look at the ground as he took a few steps back and threw himself into the embrace of the sofa. Then, he said, Klein can see through the theft and substitution of fate. Then, there's no need for us to be in a hurry to search for demigod-level items of the Marauder pathway. Even if you're in a hurry, you wouldn't know where to search. Pallas immediately scoffed. Even at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, such items would only appear once every few years. And the next gathering would be at the end of the year. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was cast his gaze at the last two paragraphs. After a brief silence, he chuckled softly. I've always wondered where Klein got a high-level charm from the Sun Domain when he faced Megos. I thought that it was given to him by the Death Consul, but I couldn't understand why an angel from the Death Domain would collect high-level charms from the Sun Domain. Was it suicide? Now, he finally understood. Old man, it's not like I haven't possessed 3-0782 before. Why didn't you discover that there was a drop of eternal blazing sun's divine blood hidden inside? If you had stolen some power in advance, you wouldn't have. Leonard originally wanted to laugh at the old man, but as he spoke, he fell silent. Pallas Zoroast sighed in his mind. If that drop of God's blood could be found so easily, that mutated sun emblem wouldn't be in Tinjin. Leonard was silent for a few seconds before he asked. He then asked, Then, how do I find a chance to obtain that sacred emblem and create a flaring sun charm? Although Klein had made it sound easy in the letter, Leonard knew that it wasn't an easy task. This was because he was no longer a Nighthawk of Tinjin City. Even if he returned to visit his former colleagues and teammates, he didn't have the right to enter Cheney's Gate. Upon hearing his question, Pallas Zoroast snapped, Why are you asking me such a trivial matter? Why are you asking me about such a small matter? Can't you think for yourself? Leonard coughed uncomfortably. He quickly mobilized his brain cells and began to seriously search for a solution. I'm acting alone now, but the Archbishop has given me the authority to mobilize the local Nighthawks from the affected areas for help. Yes, if the souls in Bakeland have been placated, but I haven't completely digested the potion. Does that mean I can expand to other parishes? At this time, if there happens to be a paranormal incident in Tinjin, then it would be reasonable for me to return and mobilize 2 Nighthawks to obtain 3-0782. After Leonard finished muttering to himself, Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, Not bad. You've found a train of thought so quickly. But have you ever thought that you're going to placate and not purify? This is contradictory to obtaining 3-0782. It's easy to arouse suspicion. Leonard, who had received confirmation, immediately laughed. Old man, you don't get it, do you? When I first joined the Nighthawks, the education I received was this. Placate can only achieve the best results if you have the ability to purify. Roselle the Great also said that you need a stick and a carrot to solve a problem. Pallas Zoroast sked and said, Then do as you say. Of course, the premise is that you can complete the tasks given by Anthony Stevenson within a week or two. If you haven't gotten the sun flare bullets by the time the operation to eliminate Amon officially begins, then it's not necessary. Leonard recalled the mission list that was filled with a few pieces of paper as his forehead twitched. He then forced himself to forget this vexation and mumbled inwardly. I wonder when the mission to punish that sanguine will begin. I wonder if the sanguine has a sealed artifact at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway, a temporary world of dreams. I can create it myself. I can find an opportunity to make it into a charm, but can such a level of power withstand the corrosion of the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods? In a house in Sherwood Borough. Furs held a book and sat on the sofa as she watched Zio walk to the hall and wear her boots. Finally, Furs couldn't hold back her puzzlement as she said, "There's no rush. That gentleman won't issue the investigation mission that quickly." Zio glanced at her and said, "I'm a bounty hunter. I'm a bounty hunter. I have other missions." At this point, she paused and said hesitantly, "Furs, don't you think that Miss Justice is very similar to Miss Audrey?" Furs was stunned for a few seconds before she snapped back to her senses. She subconsciously waved her hand and chuckled. How is this possible? Before she finished speaking, numerous similarities flashed through her mind, and her eyes grew wider and wider. After a while, she whispered, "It's not impossible. The spectator pathway, psychological alchemy, a noble lady, blonde hair and blue eyes. Among the nobles I know, she's the only one who fits the criteria. Of course, there are even more nobles I don't know, and even if I know them, I wouldn't know if they're related to psychological alchemy." Zio quietly listened to her friend and thought for a moment. "Furs, do you still remember the tasks that Miss Audrey entrusted to us? I originally thought that it was incited by Earl Hall, but now that I think about it, it might be from, the Gathering. Also, do you remember how we learned of Mr. Fool's honorific name? From the book we borrowed from Viscount Glaint. There was an ancient piece of paper hidden in its cover." Furs nodded in enlightenment. "If we can discover it, Miss Audrey, who's Viscount Glaint's good friend, might discover it too. This can explain why she was able to join the Gathering." "Yeah." Zio agreed with Furs's guess. Furs gaped and was about to say something when she suddenly recalled the Sanguine's failed surveillance. She looked around warily and said, "Zio, let's try not to discuss matters related to the Gathering. Zio, let's try not to discuss matters related to the Gathering. As for Miss Audrey, we meet once a week or two. We'll observe her when the time comes." Zio snapped to her senses and nodded heavily. "All right." She then opened the door and went all the way to a bar in Eastborough. She sat at the bar counter. Rapping the table, she said to the bartender who looked up, "What's the new mission today? Are there any new missions today? Indeed, I have to wait until tomorrow or the day after." Zio looked around and retracted her gaze. She asked in puzzlement and concern, "I haven't seen Sherman in a long time. Do you know where he went?" It was a young man who believed that he was a woman. He was one of Zio's informants. The bartender chuckled and said, "I haven't seen Sherman in a long time. Do you know where he went?" The bartender chuckled and said, "Maybe he ran off with some man. Maybe he ran away with a man. You know, as long as a man likes him, he's always happy." "This isn't something worth discriminating against," Zio retorted seriously, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry. She propped herself up with her hand and jumped off the high stool. She planned on searching the other places Sherman frequented. Bakeland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Emlyn pressed down on his top hat, pinched his nose, and tore through the crowd that had all sorts of smells. He found the red-eyed Ian in a card room. "Mr. White, what's the matter this time?" Ian smiled as he led Emlyn to an empty billiard room. Emlyn took off his hat and mumbled, "Just a trivial matter. Just a small matter. Help me issue a mission to the bounty hunters. The content is to follow a person called Ernst Boyer and figure out his daily movement. The bounty is £100. £100? Ian subconsciously asked. For a tracking investigation, £100 was an extremely ridiculous bounty. After all, if a bounty hunter could complete this mission alone, he could take a year off, even if he had to support his family. Emlyn nodded. The target is rather dangerous. After his discussion with Taro, he had already thought things through. He believed that following Ernst Boyer was definitely an easy mission. The sanguine Viscount would definitely pretend not to notice him and deliberately give him a fixed trajectory. Therefore, the £100 was actually a reward for misjudgment for risking her exposure to join the operation. Of course, in order to mislead and conceal the truth, there would definitely be many bounty hunters completing a portion of the mission. They would receive different amounts of rewards, and Emlyn could only guarantee that misjudgment would receive the most. I see. Ian extended his hand in understanding. Advance payment, specific address, danger level, looks, and characteristics. It'll be best if there's a portrait. Emlyn then handed over £30 in cash and information on Ernst Boyar's portrait. Red-eyed? Ian flipped through the piece of paper in his hand and blurted out, "Yes." Emlyn nodded slightly and looked around. He suppressed his voice and said, "There's one more thing. Help me gather clues about the Rose School members in Bakeland." Rose School? Ian was taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, as though he had never heard of such a name before. P.S. 2 updates completed today. Tomorrow will be updated at the usual time. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 10:21. Emlyn shot a glance at Ian, raised his hand to pinch the tip of his nose, and chuckled. "From the looks of it, you don't understand. Alright, a simpler description is to help me gather information on foreigners from the southern continent, especially from the Star Highlands and Paz Valley." "What kind of information is it?" "There are quite a number of purebred southern continent people in Bakeland, and it's common to see those with the corresponding bloodline." Ian wasn't angered by the contempt as he calmly raised his question. Emlyn chuckled and said, "The more abnormal ones. The ones that act suspiciously and mysteriously. You should know what I'm talking about. There are definitely quite a number of Highlanders and Valley people that match your description. In Bakeland, they are either servants, workers, thieves, or join gangs. And the latter all satisfy the requirements of acting suspiciously and acting suspiciously." Ian sincerely pointed out the impracticality of Emlyn's request. However, Emlyn was already prepared for this. With an indiscernible smile, he nodded slightly and said, "How about this? Give me all the information that meets the requirements, and I'll filter them myself. Yes, I'll pay you £50 for this commission as the basic fee for the preliminary investigations. The subsequent fees will be calculated based on how much of the information you gather has value. You'll pay an additional £20 for every piece." "Who decides if it has value or not?" Ian thought for a few seconds before asking. With his initial income of £50, he could actually accept the commission. This sum of money was enough to hire more than 10 people to investigate from East Borough to Sherwood Borough for half a month from morning to night. He didn't care how much he could earn from the £50, because many people relied on him to survive. He needed to arrange paid jobs for them from time to time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the latest news. Emlyn sized up Ian and scoffed. "Of course it's me. You should know my reputation very well. Detective Moriarty didn't tell me that." Ian mumbled and sighed. "All right, it was quite a pleasant cooperation the last time we worked together. I choose to trust you." Emlyn nodded in satisfaction, took out his wallet, and counted the total denomination of £50. During this process, Emlyn felt a little reluctant when he realized that he only had £407 left in his savings. Now it's £357. He retracted his gaze from the notes and handed the cash in his hand to Ian. He didn't stay any longer. He put on his top hat, walked out of the billiard room, and left Braveheart's bar. On the street, Emlyn released his finger that was pinching his nose and looked up at the burning clouds. His expression gradually turned solemn as he silently muttered to himself, "That wraith isn't around this time. Where did it go?" Humph! Ian acted as if he had never heard of Rose School, but his accelerated heartbeat betrayed him. Also, he didn't even ask if Sherlock Moriarty had returned to Bakeland. He wasn't worried at all. Could it be that Sherlock had already returned to Bakeland and met with him? Rorsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam. Outside a house near the harbor that was lit up with gas wall lamps, Admiral of Stars Catlia walked to an empty corner with Frank Lee, who had his sleeves rolled up, revealing his brown hair. She watched as a figure emerged from the shadows. This was bloodless Heath Doyle, who was in charge of monitoring Artisan Charv. He was thin and tall, and his skin was so pale that it was almost translucent. He looked weak, like he would collapse at any moment. Have there been any abnormalities during this period of time? Catlia nudged the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose bridge. Heath Doyle tersely acknowledged and said, 3 days after you left, a stranger came to visit Charv. On the 3rd day after you left, a stranger came to visit Sealf. He stayed for about 15 minutes. I didn't go near him for fear of being discovered. According to your instructions, Captain, I got my men to tail the stranger, but they were thrown off. What does the stranger look like? Catlia nodded slightly. Heath Doyle took out a piece of raw beef from a leather bag by his waist. The blood on it was still fresh, but it didn't contaminate anything it touched. It was as though it had turned into a pure solid. Right on the heels of that, the piece of beef melted in Heath Doyle's hand and dripped to the ground like water. It squirmed as though it had a life of its own, drawing out a portrait. This is the effect I wanted. Frank Lee looked at this scene with bright eyes as he expressed his thoughts in excitement. Under his gaze, Heath Doyle had the intention to dodge. He tilted his body slightly and pointed to the ground. Something like this. At this moment, a blood-colored portrait had already taken form. The main body was a man with a mustache. His facial features resembled those of the Paz River Valley's race. His greatest characteristic was the 3 studs in each of his ears. Studs made of gold. He's lean and doesn't have much fat, but he's very healthy, Heath Doyle added. Catlia then retracted her gaze from the ground. And then, Heath Doyle tersely acknowledged again. No one came to visit Charv after that, apart from the temporary servants and chefs he hired. I've arranged for my men to investigate them, and there's nothing wrong with them. Charv would take a stroll in the evening every day and find a street girl to bring home. He would only let her leave at daybreak. I've been tailing him all this time, but I didn't discover any strange people he came into contact with. He's been behaving normally all this time? Catlia asked with a frown. From her point of view, not having any abnormalities was the greatest abnormality. After all, this involved a Rose School member who believed in the primordial moon. Heath Doyle nodded affirmatively. Yes. Catlia turned her head to look at the house's main entrance, and pondered for a moment. After pondering for a moment, she said, I originally planned on using my Beyonder powers to infiltrate and control Charv as quickly as possible to take him away to prevent any accidents. But from the looks of it, the best method is to directly knock on the door. Unknown danger was the most terrifying. Captain, I'll go with you. Frank Lee recalled that he had been busy with experiments recently and hadn't done what a first mate should do for a long time, so he hurriedly requested. As Catlia took off her thick glasses and hung them on the belt of her black mage robe, she nodded. She nodded and said, All right. With that said, she left the dark corner and walked towards the front door of Charv's residence. As she approached, she looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds. She bent her finger and knocked on the door thrice. Before long, a series of footsteps approached as the door creaked open. Artisan Charv didn't look any different from the last time. He was still thin and dark, and his eye bags were a little puffy. His brown eyes were trying his best to squeeze out a smile. Admiral, what's the matter this time? He stood at the door, blocking the light from the gas wall lamp behind him. It made the area appear dark, as though he was immersed in the shadows. Catlia stared at him for a few seconds and slowly said, I have a new idea. I intend to make you part of my crew. Her feet did not move, and she had no intention of entering the door. Artisan Charv's expression contorted as his tone suddenly turned a little sinister. Why? Catlia's gaze suddenly froze. She then slowly opened her mouth and said, Because I am a pirate. Pirates didn't need a reason. If they wanted to do something, they would do it. Charv's facial muscles twitched, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes again. I can be your sailor, but as a craftsman, I can be more useful in the big city. I agree with you. Katlia destroyed his will to resist. But before that, you need to spend some time on my future and become companions with others. Charv's expression slowly turned cold as he replied with a slightly ethereal voice. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself. I have a strong desire to reproduce every day. A strong desire to reproduce? Frank Lee's eyes lit up at the side as he asked in confirmation. Charv was stunned, and he actually didn't know whether he should nod or shake his head. Frank then looked at Admiral of Stars Katlia and asked in excitement, What's going on? Captain, this is my experimental assistant? I really like this trait of his. Katlia was silent for a few seconds before she slowly and solemnly nodded. Yes. Frank immediately revealed a hearty smile and extended his right hand towards Artisan Charv. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the first mate of the future, Frank Lee. Sylph's expression returned to normal. He shook hands with the man in puzzlement before saying, I'm not sure. Are you really going to stay on the future for a period of time? I guarantee it on my reputation, Katlia replied sincerely and added inwardly, Don't worry about it. It won't be long before the Queen personally comes to deal with your problem. Well, I can't beat you anyway. Charv shrugged. Please allow me to pack my personal belongings. He took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked towards the staircase at the end of the hall. As he walked, he suddenly came to a stop. With his back facing Katlia and Frank Lee, he said casually and leisurely, Don't worry. The moonlight tonight is as beautiful as ever, isn't it? Without waiting for a response, he continued forward and disappeared at the top of the stairs. Only now did Katlia's expression become more and more serious. After Charv opened the door, she had already noticed his abnormality with her own eyes. If Charv's spirit body was that of a normal human in the past, then he was now a Siamese. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the conjoined twins were growing rapidly. This isn't a problem that I can solve. I have to write to the Queen and tell her. Also, I can't forget German Sparrow's request to meet me. Katlia sighed silently and subconsciously looked up. High up in the sky, the clouds were thin, and the red moon was bright and quiet. Bakeland, Hillston Borough. East Balham Military Veteran Officers Clubhouse. Don Dantes and Member of Parliament Mocked alighted from their carriages and entered the foyer together. P.S. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1022. After entering the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse, just as he handed his cane and hat to his valet, Anuni, he saw Colonel Calvin, who worked for the Lone Kingdom's Department of Defense, dressed in army attire. He was holding a glass of red wine as he waited in the hall. The donkey-faced officer smiled and raised his cup to Don Dantes. Long time no see. It has indeed been a while. Klein walked over with a smile. Calvin stretched out his right hand. Congratulations. You've done well this time. Everyone is very satisfied. I'm also very satisfied. Klein used the Rouen style to express the meaning of happy cooperation and extended his right hand to shake the other party's hand. Calvin retracted his hand and glanced at Mocked beside Dwayne Dantes. He sighed and smiled. When you first introduced Dwayne, I didn't quite trust your judgment. Now I understand why you became a member of the House of Commons. Everyone who has interacted with Dwayne can easily conclude that he's an expert in this field. Mocked similarly accepted the colonel's praise with Rouen's reticence. Calvin retracted his gaze, took a sip of red wine, and looked at Don Dantes with a smile. How much did you earn this time? Don't worry, I'm not trying to lower the price. I'm just curious. 20,000 pounds worth of gold, Klein answered with a middle number. In fact, he earned 25,000 pounds, but after paying Miss Messenger 10,000 pounds, He only earned £15,000. Colonel Calvin nodded. That's right. If you need to turn those gold bars into gold coins, I can introduce you to someone from the Royal Mint. What do you think? Did you find anything out of the ordinary in May Sanchez's territory? Klein didn't think about it. Yes. He had a place called Resurrection Square, which was destroyed by lightning. I know that, Colonel Calvin responded with a slightly solemn expression. Then you probably don't know that the person in front of you is the one who created the lightning. Klein chuckled and said, also, May Sanchez seems to be maintaining a fragile balance between many factions, but he has secretly sided with someone. Of course, I don't know who it is. He had never thought of betraying the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He only revealed a little to gain the trust of the Rouen military. The only thing we can be sure of is that it's not us. Colonel Calvin nodded with a deep gaze. I don't think he's an Intis patient either. Klein helped them eliminate the possibility that was wrong. Colonel Calvin grunted in acknowledgement. That's good. Most of the forces around May Sanchez are supported by the Intis. If he wants to expand, he definitely can't avoid them. When that happens, we might be able to sell weapons again. At this point, he raised his cup. Storm above, may we all get rich together. As believers of the Evernight Goddess, Klein and Mocht could only smile without giving a direct response. After sipping another mouthful of red wine, Calvin pointed to the second floor. Dwayne, I got you here today to play cards with an important figure in Texas. Which important figure? Klein asked with piqued interest. Calvin's expression turned solemn as he said with an indiscernible smile, Admiral Amirius. He has been reactivated and is currently in charge of the Department of Defense. Admiral Amirius, the admiral whose brother was removed from his governor-general position, whose mistress was corrupted by the mother tree of desire, and who lost his position as the highest commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy? I've cooperated with him before and even impersonated him for a period of time. Indeed, to a demigod, as long as he doesn't go overboard and is willing to endure, he will eventually be able to walk out of his trough. Klein recalled everything that had happened on Orvie Island as he felt a little wistful towards Admiral Amirius Revolt. He still felt a little guilty. Although most of what happened back then had nothing to do with him, the mutation of his mistress was ultimately a result of the mother tree of desire's attempt to control him. In other words, our future cooperation requires the approval of this admiral? Klein asked in enlightenment. That's the case. Calvin nodded and pointed to the staircase that led to the second floor. Let's go up. When they came to the second floor, they stopped in front of a pair of dark red double doors. Calvin turned his head to glance at Don Dantes. Your mission today is to lose money. Lose money? Klein sized up Calvin as the corners of his mouth curled up. I'll work hard. Mocht smiled and said, actually, you don't have to be too deliberate. Admiral Amirius is very good at cards. Even if you wish to win money, it's nearly impossible. Heh, I lose every time. Sigh, I just hope I don't lose too much today. Otherwise, I won't even dare return home. Klein nodded in thought. I only brought £200 in cash. Will that be enough? Definitely not, Calvin said with a chuckle. Calvin chuckled. I've already exchanged for £1,000 worth of chips for you. Just remember to return it when you come back. Rouen's top lawyers only earn about £1,000 a year on the surface. You bunch of corrupt people. Klein sized up Calvin again. The colonel didn't notice anything as he raised his hand to knock on the door. After waiting for a while, the door creaked open, revealing the scene inside. It was a hall covered in thick, soft carpets. There wasn't much furniture, making it look rather spacious. In the middle of the hall was a card table that could accommodate more than 10 people. Surrounding it were luxurious high-back chairs. By the side of the hall there was furniture inlaid with gold, statues carved from marble, a coffee table with books and newspapers, and a set of leather sofas. Klein looked over and saw Amirius Revolt sitting at the seat of honor. This admiral hadn't changed much from before. His black hair was neatly combed back, and his blue eyes were dark and deep. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, and he didn't have a beard. He had an old-fashioned and solemn bearing, and he wore a dark blue shirt with epaulets. Every detail was meticulous and he was extremely serious. Turning his gaze, Klein discovered another acquaintance. He had thick but not messy black eyebrows. He had short and stiff hair of the same color, and his eyes were so deep blue that they were nearly black. His nose bridge was high like a mountain, and a large beard extended out from his mouth. His facial features were deep, and his face was rather long with cold lines. He gave off the vibe of a man of steel. This was the deputy director of MI9, Konas Kilgore. This was one of Klein's goals when he returned to Bakeland. He was the middleman between the Demonist sect and a particular faction of the royal family in human trafficking. He was an accomplice to the Great Smog of Bakeland. The Major General Deputy Director's shoulders were abnormally broad, and his white shirt and black vest were abnormally tight. He was focused on playing Texas Hold'em. There are three demigods at the table. How is one to play? Interesting. Klein found a seat and sat down as he observed the other people at the table. During this process, an attendant delivered a huge stack of chips worth a total of 1,000 pounds. In the first few rounds, Klein threw his cards away after taking a look at them. He appeared very cautious, as though he wouldn't raise or call unless he had a good hand. As for Admiral Amirius's style, it was the complete opposite of his. He wasn't conservative at all, and he called nearly all of his hands, constantly raising in an extremely aggressive manner. Few of the games he participated in would reach the stage of a showdown. Most people couldn't withstand the pressure, as well as the authority that the admiral had. They would fold after a round or two. Among them, someone attempted to use Amirius Revolt's bluff, but they ended up meeting the admiral's 4 nines. Their faces immediately turned pale, as though they had been sentenced to death by a judge. Konas Kilgore had a different style. He would lose from time to time, but the total amount of chips was relatively small, so it didn't affect him too much. And in the next round after he lost, he would often clear the chips of the person who had previously won against him, forcing the other party to spend money to buy new chip. Why bother? Why use your powers to cheat when playing cards with low and mid-sequence beyonders, or even ordinary people? Others might not be able to tell, but how can I not know? One is the suppressive aura of the arbiter pathway, and the other is the bribe of Baron of corruption. Klein looked at his 5 of hearts and 9 of clubs as he shook his head indiscernibly. He couldn't help but seriously consider what powers the seer pathway had to help him if he wanted to cheat. Turn all my opponents into marionettes? That way I can win as much as I want and be in an invincible position. However, it has no practical value. It's not like I'm planning a death poker tournament. Unfortunately, there aren't many mosquitoes here. Otherwise, I could control their spirit body threads and make them turn into marionettes, helping me see the cards of others. A faceless can only transform into himself, but not the cards. A magician's illusion spell? Playing cards with ordinary people and low and mid-sequence beyonders should be quite effective, but there are 2 demigods here using the clown's wrist powers to change cards? It's useless. The dealing and shuffling are done by the attendants. As his thoughts raced, Klein realized that only the powers of a seer were useful. He threw out 2 cards, indicating that he wouldn't follow. Then, he picked up a metal chip and flipped it between his fingers. At this moment, Amirius Revolt suddenly looked up at him before retracting his gaze and pushing out a pile of chips. Indeed, Klein nodded inwardly without any surprise. Back when they worked together, he knew that Admiral Amirius was able to distinguish ordinary people from beyonders based on their positions. He even suspected that Amirius could even determine a beyonders level, which was also their position. However, Klein wasn't too worried about this. This was because a bizarro sorcerer had certain concealment powers. This was also one of the special reasons why he was able to converge the Grey Fog's augmentation on himself after reaching Sequence 4. This made him certain that Emirius couldn't discover his level, but he, who hadn't done the corresponding interference beforehand, suspected that Emirius could tell that he was a Beyonder. Therefore, he took the initiative to reveal a little problem, making it seem easy to see through and grasp. P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Chapter 10:23. The core rules of Texas Hold'em were very simple. It was a combination of 2 of one's trump cards and 5 public cards. Whoever had the biggest hand would win. And the public cards were dealt in 3 rounds. 3 cards were dealt in the first round, 1 card in the second round, and 1 card in the third round. Every round, one could call, follow, or raise until no one raised, or only one person didn't fold. Klein played with the chips in his hand and divined that he would be luckier in the next few rounds. However, he couldn't tell which round it would be. After all, it was only a simple and quick divination. The effects weren't that great. Using such a method to play with ordinary people or low-sequence Beyonders isn't a problem as long as I have the right strategy. However, it's definitely not possible against a demigod. Even winning against a mid-sequence Beyonder would be rather difficult. Don't tell me I have to close my eyes and rest every round to do a complete dream divination? Heh, if that's the case, Don Dantes might have the nickname, Sleeping God of Gamblers. Klein sighed inwardly as he continued his style of discarding after reading his cards. He had already lost a small and a big blind bet, which was half and a bottom bet, and the bottom bet for this round was £1. Now it was his turn for 2 rounds. At this moment, Klein noticed something. Konas Kilgore, the deputy director of MI9, had lost £20 to Admiral Emirius in this round. Bribe succeeded. Admiral Emirius should have been able to tell that Konas had used the powers of the Baron of Corruption, but he might not know that this deputy director of MI9 is a demigod. The next round, it'll definitely be fun. Klein's mind stirred. After the attendant placed his 2 new trump cards in front of him, he didn't even flip a corner to confirm the card. Instead, he directly bet the metal chip he was playing with on his trump card, acting as though he was going to the end without looking at his card. After 2 people folded, the stern and old-fashioned Emirius Revolt casually looked at his trump card and counted out chips worth £5. He threw them into the middle of the table and, without any surprise, made an additional bet. Another person folded. Mocked followed up with a bet of £5. Right on the heels of that, the tough guy Konas Kilgore raised again, throwing a total of £20 worth of chip. Colonel Calvin confirmed his hand again and indicated that he would raise the bet. After the remaining player folded, Don Dantes didn't bother to count. He grabbed a handful of chips and threw them out. £20 follow the bet, the waiter in charge of counting the chips said accurately after a glance. I thought it would be £50. Seems like you're not familiar with this kind of chips. Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and an outstanding temperament, said with a smile. However, he did not pay the remaining £30. At that moment, everyone had expressed their stance. It was once again Emirius Revolt's turn. The Admiral didn't even look at the rest of the people. He picked up 5 £10 chips and threw them out. More. His emotions did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he was talking about a cup of black tea. However, his indescribable majesty and his continuous raising of stakes without even seeing a single public card made the atmosphere of the entire table rather tense. This situation often meant that Admiral Emirius had an excellent trump card. It could be a pair of aces, a pair of kings, or an ace plus a king. Mocked decided to fold. Konas Kilgore stroked his high nose bridge and looked around with his dark blue eyes that were nearly black. Call. Once again, Colonel Calvin confirmed his trump card, hesitated for 10 seconds, and chose to fold. Don Dantes touched the metal chips on his 2 cards and revealed a smile. Call. After this round of declaration, there were only 3 players left. Then, the waiter in charge of dealing the cards placed the 3 public cards in the middle of the table and spread them out. 2 of spades, 9 of hearts, king of spades. The first to call was Admiral Amirius Revolt. He leaned forward slightly and said with an extremely oppressive posture, 2 of spades. £50. He directly raised the bet from £1 to £50. Mocked, Colonel Calvin and company felt a baffling sense of suffocation even though they weren't participating in the game. Conas Kilgore's body trembled slightly, but he eventually grabbed a £50 chip and threw it out. Don Dantes shot a glance at the deputy director of MI9 and smiled as though he didn't feel any pressure. Call. Upon hearing that, Colonel Calvin turned his head and nodded at Don Dantes, whose blue eyes resembled a lake at night, in acknowledgement. From his point of view, Admiral Amirius's aura was useless against a person whose goal was to lose money. At this moment, the red-vested waiter threw out the 4th public card. 9 of spades. With 3 spades appearing, the chances of a flush instantly increased. However, Admiral Amirius didn't hesitate at all as he calmly pushed out a stack of chip. £100. Conas Kilgore's fingers tapped his trump card a few times, clearly lacking in confidence. But eventually, he chose to follow the bet. Don Dantes glanced at the deputy director again and maintained his warm smile. Call. To this point in time, he hadn't seen his hand. This left Colonel Calvin a little worried, believing that such a performance was overboard. It was as though he was giving away money. Admiral Amirius, who had a relatively conservative style, might not accept it. At this moment, the red-vested waiter threw out the 5th public card. 2 of clubs. As such, the entire public card was completely formed. 2 of spades, 9 of hearts, king of spades, 9 of spades, 2 of clubs. £200. Admiral Amirius pushed down a pile of metal chips in an astounding manner. Conas Kilgore first took a deep breath before he pushed out 2 stacks of chip. £500. This sum of money was equivalent to half a year's salary. Is he trying to bluff? Colonel Calvin and Member of Parliament mocked exchanged looks. They felt that Kilgore's actions were a little obvious and could be easily seen through. One had to know that playing Texas Hold'em, apart from money management and probability calculations, was often a psychological game. Be it body language, expression, or raising style, they would all reveal a person's cards. Of course, there were also powerful players who would use such details to deliberately mislead their opponent. Dwayne Dantes sized up Conas Kilgore and suddenly laughed. Following that, he said the same thing as before, "You're the only one who's capable of doing this." Following that, he said the same thing as before, "Call." Admiral Amirius raised his hands, prepared to push out all his remaining chips and use his aura to overwhelm his opponent. At this moment, his actions suddenly came to a halt as his expressionless face revealed a heavy look. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly said, "Call." At this point, it was time to reveal one's cards and compare the size of the cards. Admiral Amirius first flipped over his cards. An ace of spades, a 10 of spades, formed a flush with the 2 of spades, a king of spades, and a 9 of spades from the public deck. This was considered a rather large card. The only cards bigger than it were a calabash, a 4, a straight flush, and a royal straight flush. "It's your turn," Amirius urged Conas. Conas first flipped over a card. It was a king of diamonds, forming a pair of kings and 9s with the public deck. Right on the heels of that, he picked up his second card. At this moment, the remaining poker cards on the red-vested attendant's table turned blurry. But the card was thrown onto the table, revealing its appearance. 9 of clubs. "What?" Mocked and company exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe their eyes. This meant that Conas Kilgore had formed a calabash with 3 9s and a pair of kings. This was bigger than a flush. "Sorry about that, calabash," Conas said with a smile as he looked at Admiral Amirius. Then, he turned his head to Don Dantes. You can reveal your cards. I'm also very curious what card it will be. Don Dantes smiled and picked up the metal chips in front of him. He casually flipped over his 2 cards and threw them out. A what? Colonel Calvin and company rubbed their eyes. Don Dantes's cards were an extremely small pair. 2 of hearts, 2 of diamonds. And in the public deck, there happened to be a very small pair. 2 of spades, 2 of clubs. They formed 4, the smallest 4, but they were bigger than all the calabashes. Praise the lady. Don Dantes's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise as he drew a crimson moon on his chest, as though he hadn't expected it either. What an interesting round. Admiral Amirius was taken aback for a moment before he clapped gently. Konas Kilgore gave Don Dantes a deep glance and sighed with a smile. I never expected the final winner to be you. Klein returned with a smile as he mumbled inwardly, it's only right that I beat you. On the one hand, Admiral Amirius only likes to use his aura to oppress me and didn't use his Beyonder powers to cheat. As for you, you placed all your attention and Beyonder powers on Admiral Amirius and ignored me. On the other hand, the person who played cards with you is actually called Winner Enuni. Without looking at his cards, it was obviously all luck. When he placed the metal chips on his cards, Klein had already swapped places with Winner Enuni, taking on each other's looks. Although Colonel Calvin had previously made him deliberately lose the 1,000 pounds worth of chips, Klein decided to win after seeing Konas Kilgore. This wasn't to say that he couldn't bear to part with the money. His main goal was to attract the attention of the Mi-9 demigod and take the opportunity to familiarize himself with him and establish a connection. Only by doing so would Klein have a chance of obtaining information from Konas Kilgore and even completing his attack. After all, he was a demigod. To deal with him in Bakeland, one had to be sufficiently careful and cautious. Without the confidence of landing a hit or being able to transfer him out of Bakeland, one would rather give up on the operation. Otherwise, one would definitely expose one's goal and be watched by many demigods and angels in Bakeland. Following that, Klein won and lost. Finally, not only did he retain the 1,000 pounds worth of chips, he even won an additional 1,000 pounds. During this process, Colonel Calvin repeatedly hinted for Don Dantes to lose money, but Don Dantes brushed it off by saying that he was too lucky and couldn't lose no matter what. After the game ended, the first person to walk towards Don Dantes with a smile was Major General Konas Kilgore. P.S. Reed's writing is very simple and saves a lot of information. Otherwise, I would have to explain what a muzzle is, what a 3-bet is, what a turn, and what a river is. That would be too troublesome and not in line with the tone of the book. After all, this is a fantasy, not a game of cards. You can't switch from Witcher 3 to Gwent 3. The focus is on the purpose of playing cards, not the cards itself. Therefore, I have tried my best to write it in the simplest and most understandable way. It might be very different from the actual strategy of calling and raising, so please do not copy it. Chapter 10:24. Konas Kilgore, whose eyes were dark blue and eyes were nearly black, walked in front of Don Dantes with a cup of champagne in hand. He smiled and said, "Your luck today is pretty good and it's filled with courage. If it's referring to the fact that after receiving a bribe, he would often fold in the next round and would rather lose his blind bet, then it's not luck, but knowledge. As for other times, playing cards with you has almost used up all the luck Enuni has accumulated over the past few days." Klein gently shook the glass of pale gold wine in his hand and sighed with a smile. For a person who doesn't care about the outcome, there's naturally nothing to fear. Praise the lady. He was using Ruan's style of subtlety to indicate that he was mainly here to lose money. His good luck was a blessing from the gods, and it had nothing to do with him. Konas hadn't lost much tonight, just 100 or 200 pounds. Although this was quite a lot compared to his salary on the surface, to a Major General Deputy Director of Mi-9, a hidden demigod, his salary was the most negligible part of his income. Therefore, he didn't mind as he shook his head with a smile. Humans are always unable to see through the arrangements of fate. You're an interesting person. Nice to meet you. His last sentence was half praise and half courtesy, indicating the end of the conversation. However, the reason why Klein had performed the entire night was to get to know this demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. How could he give up just like that? He first replied, "Nice to meet you too." Following that, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Your Excellency, do you know anything about the manor in the suburbs of Bakeland? It's best if it comes with a forest for hunting." According to the information he obtained from Miss Justice, Konas Kilgore didn't like to host banquets, balls, and salons at his place, and he rarely accepted such invitations. It was unknown if it was due to his personality or his special position. His hobbies were very simple. Firstly, he loved to smoke cigars, especially the chieftain cigars produced in East Balham County. It was publicly acknowledged as the best cigar in the world. Secondly, he loved to play cards, mainly in Texas. Thirdly, he loved to hunt. In autumn and winter, he often went to the outskirts of Bakeland or even Alwa County, East Chester County, and other places to hunt. Originally, Klein had planned on buying a manor purely to spend money to blend into high society. He didn't have such considerations, but after meeting Konas Kilgore today, he added a corresponding request at the last minute, hoping to pique his interest. When the time came, he might even be able to invite the deputy director of MI9 to hunt in the suburbs and spend a pleasant weekend while seeking an opportunity to take action. Konas Kilgore drank a mouthful of champagne and thought for a moment. "I'll help you keep an eye out. If there's anything suitable, I'll send someone over." "Yes, it's Buckland Street, right?" "Yeah, I'll tell you when I get there." "Thank you very much," Klein replied sincerely. At the same time, he pitied his former valet, Richardson, who had just become a butler's assistant. This young man, who yearned to improve himself, had been heading out early and returning late recently. He was gathering information on the manors in the outskirts of Bakeland for his employer. He wanted to see which ones met his requirements and which ones had the intention of being sold. He also did a field survey to ensure that every option submitted had no problems. He didn't want his employer to pick a manor from the information and specially send someone to find out that the manor wasn't for sale at all, or that the actual situation was vastly different from the description. And after Klein adjusted his request at the last minute, all the work that Richardson had previously done would undoubtedly have to be redone. Evil client. After this is done, I'll get Tanaja to raise his annual salary by £5. A butler's assistant naturally earns a little more than being a valet. £5 will be gone after 1 or 2 raises in today's card game. Richardson's annual salary is only enough to play a few rounds of cards. As Klein silently sighed, he suddenly sensed a gaze cast at him. He looked back without hiding it and discovered that the person looking at him was Admiral Amirius Revolt. This old-fashioned and stern middle-aged man nodded slightly and retracted his gaze. He had no intention of communicating with Don Dantes, nor did he call for men to capture unaffiliated Beyonders. After all, he was considered a partner of the military, and it wasn't rare for a businessman or adventurer with extensive connections in the southern continent to chance upon a potion. At this moment, Colonel Calvin and Member of Parliament walked towards Dwayne Dantes with wine glasses in hand. How did this happen? Calvin suppressed his voice and asked in exasperation. As Don Dantes had won nearly £1,000, he and Mocht had no choice but to change their strategy in order to prevent Admiral Amirius from losing money. They went from being cautious to being unrestrained, and they each lost a few £100s, leaving them feeling the pinch. As such, together with the others' losses, Admiral Amirius eventually won £200 to £300. With regards to this, Klein threw up his hands. "I didn't even see my cards." In other words, He was implying that this was purely the blessings of the various deities in the fate domain. And up to now, the deities, angels, and hidden existences that had authority in the fate domain included, but were not limited to, the Evernight Goddess, the Fool, Snake of Mercury Will Septon, Pallas Zoroast, Blasphemer Ammon, and Angel of Fate Ouroboros. This sure is a vexing matter. Mocked shook his head with a bitter smile. Calvin and I have lost so much that we don't even dare to return home. They had lost about half of their annual income. Don Dantes, who had white sideburns, revealed a surprised look when he heard that. When did you lose? He then pointed at the chips stacked in front of him and said, I only managed to keep the first £1,000 I bought. I only managed to keep the initial £1,000 that I bought, the rest is yours. Colonel Calvin and Mocked were taken aback as they exchanged looks and revealed smiles. We were too nervous and miscalculated. Calvin nodded approvingly. Klein chuckled and immediately diverted the topic. He began searching for supper on the coffee table beside him. City of Silver, inside one of the twin towers. After being summoned, Derek Berg met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. You said you have something to ask? Colin, who had quite a few old scars on his face, looked at the youth who wasn't considered tall and asked calmly. Derek bowed and replied frankly, Yes, Your Excellency. My advancement to Priest of Light requires pure darkness, but once I enter the darkness, it will be very dangerous. I have no idea how to resolve this problem. Colin Iliad listened seriously and nodded. You need to confirm something. Is it pure darkness or lightless darkness? There's a huge difference between the two concepts. If it's the latter, you can obtain it at the dungeon at the bottom of the spire. You've been there for some time, so you should know what I'm talking about. Derek had a deep fear towards the dungeon at the bottom of the spire. This was because he had first met Blasphemer Ammon there. Not only had he seen the mutated former captain of the exploration team, but he had also been parasitized. Unless necessary, he really didn't wish to recall it. At this moment, after receiving the chief's reminder, he slowly recalled the corresponding memories. He discovered that although every cell at the bottom of the spire had candles distributed, they could only wait for the guards to deliver food and medicine to them once they burned out. This wasn't frequent, with only 3 times a day. There was a long interval in between. And it was in such an environment that the appearance of monsters or the disappearance of humans never happened. Derek remembered that there was a period of time when he guarded the lightless darkness without encountering any danger. He thought for a while and hesitantly opened his mouth. Is it this power that resists the tendency of the darkness to make people disappear and give birth to monsters? Is it this power that resists the tendency of the darkness to make people disappear and give birth to monsters? Colin Iliad looked at the 2 swords hanging cross-legged on the wall, nodded slightly, and sighed. Yes, that's why it's called lightless darkness. It's not pure darkness. Derek frowned bit by bit, as though he was recalling something. After a few seconds, he said uncertainly, That's right. If that's the case, then the darkness at the bottom of the spire isn't pure darkness. Many historical records state that the night before the Dark Age wouldn't make people disappear like evaporation, nor would it give birth to monsters. The darkness now must have mutated, or some other power has mixed together, which is why it's so dangerous. That's right. To be able to connect the dots, it means that you've improved. That's why I'm asking you. Do you need pure darkness or lightless darkness? Colin's light blue eyes revealed a hint of wistfulness. Could it be that pure darkness only exists outside the forsaken land of the gods? Derek felt dejected before he perked up again. Your Excellency, I'm not too sure either. I'll need some time to confirm it. He believed that the knowledgeable, experienced, and powerful Mr. the Hanging Man, Mr. World, and the other tarot members would be able to find a good solution. Colin Iliad didn't ask further as he nodded. Go ahead. At Sequence 5, even if you aren't able to become a demigod for a very long time, you will still have a chance of wielding certain sealed artifacts. Bakeland, Hillston Borough. Zio had changed into a brown jacket and wore a cap, pretending to be an ordinary short man. She had officially accepted the mission and began to follow and investigate the gentleman named Ernst Boyer. And there were a few bounty hunters participating in this mission. Ernst Boyer adjusted his top hat and pointed ahead with his cane. He instructed the carriage driver to St. George Borough. That was southeast of Bakeland, separated from East Borough by the Tussock River. After getting on the carriage and getting seated, Ernst sniffled and looked out the window before suddenly snorting. As a sanguine viscount, how could he not discover the tracking of a lousy bounty hunter? Chapter 1025. Upon seeing Ernst board the carriage and leave, a few bounty hunters hiding nearby immediately jumped out. Some of them weren't stingy with their upfront expenses and stopped a passing rental carriage. Some memorized the characteristics of the target carriage and attempted to circle around it through a remote and narrow path. Others rode on bicycles that they had prepared beforehand. Amidst the clanking sounds, they weaved through the gaps between the carriages and the crowd, easily tailing them. Among them, only Zio remained calm. She remained in her spot as she watched Ernst and her companions leave. This transportation tool, also known as a bicycle, is more useful than I imagined. It's no wonder so many bounty hunters want to buy one even if they have to save money. This can save them the cost of riding a carriage or walking time. If there are often such tracking missions, the money saved is enough to buy a new bicycle. The only problem is that there are very few of such transportation tools at present. They are all high-seating types. Zio was tempted. At this moment, a public carriage drove over from the intersection and stopped in front of her. Zio happened to be at a station. Glancing at the double-decker carriage parked on the steel tracks, Zio took out a few pennies, walked up, and found a seat by the window. Such a public carriage had 2 levels and could carry nearly 50 people. It wasn't crowded, allowing Zio to easily take in the scenery outside the window. However, she wasn't admiring the scenery. Her mind quickly outlined the target's exact appearance. He had brown hair, bright red eyes, and deep facial features. His nose bridge was so high that it was a little deformed. He held an oil painting album in his hand. With her beyond her senses as a sheriff, as well as the fact that there wasn't much distance between them, Zio vaguely grasped the target's current location and predetermined direction. Therefore, she remained very calm. She even took off her cap and combed her slightly coarse and stubborn blonde hair while facing the window. After passing an unknown number of stations, Zio suddenly got up and walked down after the public carriage stopped once again. This was the Bakeland Bridge area. She sensed that the target had already changed directions and was prepared to head for the bridge. Zio immediately walked quickly, planning on turning a corner to enter another street and board the public carriage that headed for the south bank of the Tussock River. She was lucky. Just as she arrived at the platform, the public carriage drove over. Zio silently heaved a sigh of relief and took out the other few pennies she had prepared. She was increasingly tempted to buy a bicycle. The tracked carriage was very crowded, but Zio relied on her authority as an arbiter to easily pass through the crowd. She went up to the second floor and found a spot. The carriage slowly moved forward as Zio casually looked out the window. Her gaze suddenly froze. She saw Sherman, whom she couldn't find before. The young man who thought he was a woman was carrying a paper bag with several long loaves of bread and a stack of newspapers into a narrow alley. His shoulder-length brown hair had grown a lot longer, and his gray striped pants were a little tight. Although his figure disappeared in a flash, making it impossible for ordinary people to determine it, as a sheriff, Zio easily made a definite judgment. Sherman checked out of his rented room in East Borough and moved here? Seeing that he was fine and that she was tailing her target, Zio suppressed the urge to jump out of the carriage and chase up to him to ask about the recent situation. Sherman carried the paper bag with many long loaves of bread and a stack of newspapers as he passed through the alley and street. After making a huge detour, he entered an apartment. He went up the narrow staircase to the third floor, took out his key, and opened the door to his apartment. He seemed to possess pretty good anti-tracking skills. With a creak, the door opened. Sherman's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a girl in a black dress. The girl had a sweet and gentle face and an indescribably wonderful figure. Even though she was standing by the window, blocking the sunlight and making her appear dark, she seemed to be plated with a layer of gold, making her appear even more holy and beautiful. "Why are you here?" Sherman first stared at her in surprise before he couldn't help but size her up. His inconspicuous atoms apple-bobbed as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the next second, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, as though he didn't dare to look straight at her. "Tima am Trissy," Sherman stammered as he addressed her. Trissy's smile slowly bloomed, brightening up the dimly lit room. Then, she asked in a slightly teasing tone, "Why are you here? Why can't you look at me?" "I don't know. I like men. I have so many strange thoughts when I see you." Sherman continued looking to his side as he stuttered. Trissy's expression turned a little complicated. Then, she smiled as though nothing had happened. "Women will also appreciate beautiful and charming men of the same species." She paused for a moment before saying, "I came here today because I have a mission for you. Your initial progress was very fast, and I was very satisfied, but it seems to have stagnated recently." Sherman's face immediately revealed a look of fear as he subconsciously took a step back. "I don't think there's a need to do that." Seeing that Trissy didn't retort, Sherman's words gradually became smoother. "I really can't instigate others to steal, rob, or kill. That's just too evil, too despicable. Even the people you asked me to assassinate in the beginning, I now feel that I've gone overboard. Although they did scold me, beat me, discriminate against me, spread bad things about me, and used all sorts of methods to harm me to obtain happiness, their actions didn't reach the point of needing to use their lives to pay for it." Trissy wasn't surprised at all. "That wasn't what you said back then. You hated them and were filled with resentment towards them. Once you obtained beyond her powers, you couldn't wait to take revenge on them. I only mentioned it briefly, and you planned many assassinations. I always remember you covered in blood, trembling, and feverishly satisfied." As Sherman listened, he couldn't help but retreat until he reached the door that had been closed at some point in time. He covered his face with his hands and shouted, "No! I have nightmares every night. I dream of them surrounding me, chasing me, biting me. Pa!" A paper bag fell to the ground, and many long loaves of bread fell out. A stack of newspapers fell right next to them. "This is normal." Trissy calmly interrupted Sherman's words. "This is a stage of psychological transformation that assassins have. Think about it. When those people bullied you in the past, didn't you wish you could kill them?" "Yes." Sherman hesitated for a moment. Trissy chuckled softly. "Just treat it as you resisting when you were being bullied, which resulted in you killing them." Her words had a tone that made people willing to listen and believe her. Sherman quickly calmed down and nodded. "Now that I think about it, it's indeed much better." Upon hearing this, Trissy's dimples appeared as she added playfully, "Besides, they weren't your match when they were alive. Moreover, they weren't your match when they were alive, so what's there to be afraid of when they're dead? Even if they become ghosts, it's nothing. As long as you seriously complete the ritual and consume the potion, you can burn all those souls to death. But I can't bear to watch other people become ugly, crazy, and vicious because of my instigation." Sherman was still rather reluctant. But I can't bear to watch other people become ugly, crazy, and vicious because of my instigation." Trissy curled the corners of her mouth indiscernibly as she said without changing her smile, "That's the evil thoughts they have to begin with. That's the evil thoughts that they already have, and it has nothing to do with you. Even without you, at certain times and places, these evil thoughts can still erupt." Also, the missions I arranged for you are all related to gangs. Don't you know what those people are like? To make them fight among themselves and kill each other is a form of mercy, and mercy for you and the innocent residents of Eastboro like you. Sherman subconsciously opened his mouth, but just as the words were about to come out, he swallowed them back. He instantly fell silent. Trissy swept a glance at him and continued softly, "You're only one step away from your final goal. You are only one step away from your final goal. As long as you complete the remaining ritual, you will be able to drink the third potion and completely turn into a woman. Then, you can leave Bakeland as a girl and head to Mid-Seashire or Desi County to start a new life. You won't have anything to do with anything here. Yes, you'll definitely be filled with charm. You'll be pursued by many outstanding men, and you'll choose the one you're most satisfied with and like the most to enter the hall of marriage. You'll give birth to lively children and educate them to grow up healthily. You'll take them skiing in Winter County, to Desi Bay for a vacation, to the hunting grounds to enjoy the entertainment that only nobles have. Didn't you say that you're willing to give up everything to find yourself?" Sherman's lips quivered a few times as he pursed them tightly for a moment before opening them bit by bit. "Ma am Trissy, I understand. I will do as you say." After saying that, he seemed to lose all his strength. He staggered and was about to collapse. He subconsciously reached out his hand to hold the coat rack beside him. During this process, his gaze naturally swept across the stack of newspapers on the ground. The stack of newspapers had already spread apart, revealing a certain piece of news in the middle. A tycoon from Desi, Mr. Don Dantes, intends to acquire Larivi Steel Company. He believes that it has rather good profitability and development prospects. Sir, do you really wish to acquire Larivi Steel Company? 160 Buckland Street. His valet Enuni asked on his way upstairs. Don Dantes shook his head and said with a smile, "This news is purely fabricated. This news is purely fabricated. I've only met the owner of the Larivi Steel Company, Mr. Phil Larivi, once at a ball last week, and had a short chat." Butler Walter heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then, he reminded him. Following that, he added, "Sir, Larivi Steel Company is indeed seeking a buyer. There are quite a number of interested parties." In other words, Phil got the reporters to release the news so as to sell it for a better price? Klein nodded in thought and entered the half-open room with the balcony. He planned on entering the world above the gray fog and using Enuni's prayer light to observe Hazel's family for any abnormalities. This was something he had been doing for the past few days. Chapter 10:26. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent palace. Through Enuni's prayer point of light, Klein saw the scene inside his valet's room. His vision was pulled up and gradually extended. Bit by bit, the entire Buckland Street was reflected in his eyes. There were small buildings with flowers and grass clustered around them. There were intis parasol trees that blocked out the sunlight, and there were slowly moving carriages decorated with either elegant or gorgeous decorations. There were youths riding bicycles happily. Finally, Klein locked onto Unit 39, which was also Member of Parliament Mox Manor. He lowered his vision and observed the humans and animals there to see if he could find a black-haired, black-eyed man wearing a monocle. Phew! There aren't any misaligned fates or grafting for now. Nearly 10 minutes later, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a carriage drove into Mox Manor and stopped in front of the foyer. A girl with long, wavy, black-green hair and dark brown eyes alighted from the carriage. She was none other than Hazel, who had returned home. She wore a dark green dress that didn't reveal her shoulders. Her lips were slightly pursed, and her relaxed expression had a hint of joy. Upon seeing Hazel in such a state, Klein's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely abnormal behavior. From Klein's point of view, there were only two outcomes for the rat demigod to encounter Amon's avatar. 1. He still had a trump card, allowing him to escape at the cost of being heavily injured. 2. He would return to his Beyonder characteristic and become nourishment for Amon's avatar. And regardless of the situation, Hazel definitely wouldn't be able to find her teacher. She would definitely be sad, in pain, depressed, and upset. How could she be relaxed and happy? From the way she risked her life to head to the manor in the suburbs to inform her teacher, she's not such a cold and selfish person. Her present state indicates that she has confirmed that her teacher, the rat demigod, is fine. She even received a certain reward from him, perhaps including all sorts of Beyonder knowledge about the world. This contradicts my inference of the rat demigod's outcome. No, it's not contradictory. After eliminating all the impossibilities, what's left is the truth. Klein leaned back in his chair and came to a conclusion. Not only had Amon absorbed the rat demigod's Beyonder characteristic, but he had also stolen his fate and replaced his identity. Therefore, from Hazel's point of view, nothing happened to her teacher. He just needed to hide for a period of time. After he was certain, Klein exhaled silently and relaxed a little. To him, the most terrifying thing about Amon was that no one knew how he would appear. It wasn't impossible for all the mosquitoes in the garden to turn around at the same time when Mocht wore a monocle one day. Therefore, after roughly grasping Amon's identity, Klein couldn't help but feel a little more assured. As for whether or not Amon would show any problems with the details in front of Hazel, Klein believed that it was impossible. After all, this was an angel king whose foundation was deception. Even if the general knowledge he casually revealed was different from what the rat demigod had taught him in the past, he could easily use the excuse of, it was originally a test, but now it has officially begun. Of course, according to Pallas Zoroast, Amon definitely wouldn't appear as a rat demigod. I can't be careless because of this. Klein observed for a while longer before retracting his gaze and leaving the world above the gray fog. In a half-open room with a balcony, he sat in a reclining chair and drank a mouthful of black tea with lemon slices. He half-closed his eyes and considered how he could deepen his connection with Kona's Kilgore. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and activated his spirit vision. At the level of a demigod, he could activate his spirit vision purely with his thoughts. Almost at the same time, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. One of the heads had a letter in its mouth. "Whose letter is it?" Klein muttered to himself as he extended his right hand. "Sharon." Rionette Tinker's other head replied. "Miss Sharon? She should be making the final preparations for her advancement. Why would she suddenly write to me?" Puzzled, Klein took the letter from Miss Messenger. After unfolding the letter, he realized that there was very little content on it. There was only a simple line of words. "Emlyn White is looking for someone from Rose School." Emlyn is looking for someone from Rose School? Klein pricked up his brows in surprise. From his point of view, Emlyn was a sanguine who was afraid of trouble. Unless necessary, he wouldn't even want to leave the house. How could he take the initiative to look for someone from Rose School? This is definitely not Emlyn's intention. Emlyn previously mentioned that an important figure of the Sanguine wants to meet him. Is this a new mission given to him by the Sanguine? It's very likely. However, why didn't he mention it on the tarot? He's focused on the punishment operation, and there are other clues, so he temporarily suppressed this matter? Klein fell into thought as he leaned forward. Under Miss Messenger's 8 eyes, he pulled out a piece of paper and a fountain pen from the coffee table. He wasn't curious about what clues Emlyn had, because it was very obvious. Since Miss Sharon knew that Emlyn was looking for a member of Rose School and had asked his mutual friend, Detective Sherlock Moriarty, about this matter, it meant that the person this Sanguine was seeking help from was Ian, the black market arms dealer from the Bravehearts bar. This also indirectly meant that Emlyn had discovered traces of Sharon or Merrick in his previous missions. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to directly mention Rose School to an ordinary person. I don't know enough about the apothecary pathway, so I can't determine how Emlyn discovered a wraith or a zombie. Klein crossed his right foot and placed the letter on his leg. He then wrote with a fountain pen, "This is likely a mission given to Emlyn by the upper echelons of the Sanguine. They abhor the members of Rose School who believe in the primordial moon, and they vent their anger on the other factions of Rose School." Upon writing this, Klein paused for a moment before adding, "I suspect that the Mother Tree of Desire has the intention of encroaching on the authority of the Moon Domain, but I'm puzzled as to why a believer of the primordial moon would join Rose School. This secret existence's relationship with the Mother Tree of Desire seems very complicated. There's hostility, but there's also cooperation. It's hard to guess." Putting down the fountain pen and folding the letter, Klein looked at Miss Messenger, who was waiting by the side, and chuckled. "How did you know I was going to reply?" One of Rionette Tinker's heads answered succinctly. "It feels like, right on the heels of that," the four blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "You, recently, have been a little more expressive, also more expressive than before." As Klein took out the box connected to the golden pocket watch, he took out a gold coin and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Always wearing a thick mask isn't good for one's mental and physical health. After passing through the door of a demigod, I have to pay more attention to this." Therefore, unless there was a need to conceal or disguise himself, he would reduce the number of times he used his clown powers to control his expression. Rionette Tinker didn't say another word. She bit the gold coin and the reply and vanished. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein leaned back gently and muttered inwardly, "Miss Messenger. I wonder if Miss Sharon and the rest will use the Sanguine to deal with the Rose School members in Bakeland. Miss Sharon is currently focused on her advancement, so she might not be involved. However, it might not be the case, for Merrick Emlyn changed out of his Church of Earth Mother Priest robe and put on a black formal suit and a silk top hat. He walked out of the Harvest Church and boarded a rental carriage parked by the side of the street. After giving his destination, he casually cast his gaze out of the window. At this moment, Emlyn sensed something as his body suddenly moved. With a speed that left afterimages, he left his original spot and moved to the side. Then, he saw a figure appear in the void opposite him. It was a young man whose coat wasn't buttoned up, revealing a white shirt and black vest. His black hair was slightly messy, as though he hadn't combed it properly. His brown eyes were filled with repression, as though he was restraining some hidden urge. Looking at the man's face that was as pale as a corpse's, Emlyn raised his chin slightly and smiled without any nervousness. "You've finally come to me. Aren't you afraid that I'm a member of Rose School, specially here to deal with you?" The young man's figure was somewhat translucent. Emlyn chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm not aware of Rose School's history? Do you think I'm not aware of Rose School's history and the betrayal of the Temperance faction?" "Yes, how should I address you?" "Merrick," the young man replied. "Is this the information you obtained from the upper echelons of the Sanguine?" Emlyn was taken aback for a moment before he'd sked. "All of you are smarter than I imagined." He used this method to confirm the other party's guess. Merrick slowly drew a breath and leaned forward slightly. "How did you discover our presence at Ian's place?" Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall and smiled. "Humans have the smell of humans, and wraiths have the smell of wraith." Merrick was silent for a few seconds. "Do you really want to deal with the Rose School members in Bakeland?" "An important member," Emlyn replied with emphasis. "If that's the case, I can use myself as bait to lure out the members of Rose School, but I need confirmation." Merrick rubbed his eyes and said straightforwardly, "I know you can't make the decision. Go back and ask the higher-ups of the Blood Clan first and get the necessary promises. After that, you know where to find us." At this point, he handed over a folder in his hand. "This is from Ian. It's the initial feedback from tracking Ernst Boyar. Many bounty hunters worked together to complete it." Emlyn took the folder and nodded solemnly for once. "All right." Chapter 10:27. After the wraith in front of him vanished, Emlyn White retracted his gaze, untied the string on the document bag, and took out the documents inside. After reading them one by one, Emlyn had a general grasp of Ernst Boyar's whereabouts. This sanguine viscount didn't have a regular schedule. He would either be at home, visiting exhibitions, tasting wine at a manor outside the city, or accompanying a female companion to shop at a few department stores. Or, he would ask a particular lady to be a model. He was like a normal rich person. However, Ernst had recently been heading to St. George Borough every other day to supervise the renovation of the furniture factory he had invested in an attempt to restore it to use as soon as possible. This way, the sanguine viscount's life became repetitive. Every other day, the activity venue, the route, and the place for lunch would be repeated. Emlyn raised his hands to press his temples as he seriously extracted 3 scenes that were suitable for him to take action. The first was inside or at the entrance of the furniture factory that Ernst Boyar ran. The second was St. Ireland Square, where he would stop on his way home to have a meal and feed his birds. The third was Bakelin Bridge. Unless he was willing to take a long detour, he would definitely pass through this place on his way to St. George Borough. These 3 places meet the requirements of having a lot of people, but there are too few entrances and exits to Bakelin Bridge. With both ends guarded, the only way to leave is by jumping into the river. It's an idiotic choice. St. Ireland Square belongs to St. Ireland Cathedral. It's the center of the Church of Steam in Bakelin, as well as all of Rouen. It's the Second Vatican. It matches Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion. It can effectively control the degree of conflict that might happen and interfere with divination and investigations afterward. Emlyn gradually had an inclination, and once he had an inclination, a living being would subconsciously seek out more reasons. Emlyn was no doubt the same. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that St. Ireland Square could satisfy almost all the requirements. First, Ernst would stay there for quite some time and enjoy lunch at a restaurant with civilized cuisine. This sanguine viscount was born in civilized county. Secondly, there were many stations for carriages. People came and went, mostly in the lower and middle classes. It was common for accidents to happen. Thirdly, from there, if one didn't pass Bakelin Bridge, they would enter the area south of the bridge. It wasn't that far from the Harvest Church. Finally, at noon sharp, St. Ireland Cathedral would spew out steam, turn its lever, and ring its bell. No one's attention wouldn't be attracted. This is it. Emlyn quickly made up his mind. He raised his right hand and adjusted his bow tie, his red eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and noticed that something was wrong. St. Ireland Square was perfect for fighting. It was so suitable that almost every condition was met. Will Ernst be wary of my revenge? How could he let himself stay in such an environment for long? Even if he was too stupid to think of it, wouldn't the counts have warned him? The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up as he understood the reason. St. Ireland Square was the location that the upper echelons of the Sanguine had designated for him. Heh! Emlyn chuckled, but the corners of his mouth didn't drop. He decided to apply to Mr. Fool for a gathering with a few members today and invite Mr. the Hanging Man to discuss a detailed plan of action. This was different from the previously finalized framework. They needed to be specific to every detail and consider every problem. 11:45 am, St. George Borough, St. Ireland Square. In a private room on the 3rd floor of a restaurant located in the northwest corner of the square. A figure stood in front of the window, holding a cup of blood-red liquid as he leisurely looked at the fountain not far away and the crowd that came and went. He was tall and thin, and he wore an evening suit for a banquet. His silver-colored hair and bright red eyes complemented his slightly bewitching handsomeness. The corners of his mouth were constantly suffused with a faint smile. "Your Grace, will there really be no problems? Emlyn is no longer the same as before. This can be seen from the hunting of the primordial moon believers. A middle-aged man in a dark suit walked to the window and asked worriedly. The man who was addressed as Earl cast his gaze at Emlyn White, who was listening to a violin performance on the streets, and chuckled. Our preparations can even deal with a demigod, much less a fellow who hasn't even become a viscount? Besides, we don't really wish to do anything. Our only goal is to confirm and identify him. This is much simpler than preventing certain people from escaping. As he spoke, the man with light-colored hair and bright red eyes raised his right hand slightly and rotated the ring on his left ring finger. The ring was made of silver, and embedded in it was a strange, ghostly blue gem. On a carriage that drove towards St. Ireland Square, Ernest Boyer placed his right hand over his left and naturally rotated the ring embedded with a ghostly blue gem on his ring finger. He casually looked out the window and saw a trackless public carriage slowly approaching from afar. A paper boy in his early 160s carried a sling bag as he hawked his wares along the street. Many bicycles had replaced the carriages that were common last year as they shuttled through the bustling crowds in St. George Borough. Here, there were far more people wearing light blue or grayish-blue workers' clothes and caps than those wearing formal hats. Ernst retracted his gaze and secretly chuckled. He wasn't afraid of what might happen next. He even felt some anticipation. He felt that he had made sufficient preparations. The oath of rose he wore on his left hand allowed Earl Mistral to share his vision, hearing, and sense of smell, ensuring that no matter what happened, the final goal would be achieved. In the inner pocket with the silver pocket watch was the moon paper figurine. It could take a fatal blow or directly target a soul body's attack. It ensured that he wouldn't be heavily injured or die for a short period of time. The alcohol nemesis diamond brooch he wore could help him maintain his energy and clarity of mind, raising his resistance against spells in the domain of the body of heart and mind. The belt around his waist was called the moonlight sash. It could effectively reduce the damage dealt by sun and lightning. These mystical items were either from Ernst's savings or bestowed by Earl Mistral. They made Ernst a target that was difficult to quickly finish and control. In addition, a sanguine viscount had a natural resistance to nightmare-type influences. Ernst now had almost no weaknesses. Even against a demigod, as long as the other party didn't reveal his mythical creature form, he could still last a while. The only problem is that the negative effects of these mystical items aren't that easy to withstand. Ernst's facial muscles twitched slightly before he quickly calmed down. The Oath of Rose ring would occasionally make his thoughts appear in Earl Mistral's mind. And if he wore it for a week without taking it off, it was very likely that the two parties with the matching rings were in love, regardless of gender or race. The moon paper figurine was a single-use item. It had almost no negative effects and only made the wearer feel a slight chill. The problem with the alcohol nemesis brooch was that it would constantly cause damage to the liver and brain. If it was worn for too long, it was very likely that one would lose a certain level of thinking and logical ability. Therefore, it had to be taken off for 15 minutes every half an hour. Once the moonlight sash was worn, all the senses would become sharper. It was easy to see things that shouldn't be seen and hear sounds that shouldn't be heard. At the same time, the wearer would feel itchy all over. "I hope they don't cower and drag this on." Ernst Bohr observed his condition again, and cast his gaze with a tinge of anticipation at the entrance of St. Ireland Square not far away. On the other side of St. Ireland Square, Emlyn White, who was enjoying the performance of street musicians, suddenly looked up and saw a bird flying over from afar. Following that, he raised his hand to press down on his top hat, bowed his head slightly, and quickly walked to the middle of the square, approaching the fountain. During this process, Emlyn's figure flashed as he completely blended into the crowd. However, this was unable to shake off Earl Mistral's lock on him. This silver-haired sanguine earl spun the ghostly sapphire ring on his left ring finger again, and calmly said, "Be careful. Be careful." At the entrance of St. Ireland Square, Ernst Bohr turned increasingly spirited. He knew that something was about to happen. It had finally happened. Emlyn has indeed chosen St. Hireland Square. Ernst cast his gaze out the window once again, warily watching the pedestrians on the streets, the trackless carriages that were about to cross each other, the ordinary newsboys who were hawking their newspapers, and the elegant windows of the surrounding houses and shops. He didn't believe that Emlyn's possible accomplices were hiding here. This was because St. Hireland Square had more and better locations to take action. However, he believed that he still needed to be vigilant. Suddenly, his body moved as he moved slightly forward, nearly leaving his seat. The carriage he was in had stopped without any warning. Right on the heels of that, the horse that was pulling the carriage seemed to have had a nightmare. It raised its front hooves and struggled frantically, flipping the carriage to the ground. During this process, Ernst Bohr actually had enough space, time, and strength to help the carriage driver control the crazy horse. However, he didn't do so because he saw a transparent and blurry wolf-like ghost pounce in through the window, throwing a rose that was contained in its body at him. A rose. Just as Ernst Bohr's eyes widened, the carriage had already toppled. He hurriedly jumped out of the carriage from the other side and made an illusory black shackle extend out of the void, binding the wolf-like ghost. With a poof, the wolf-like ghost dissipated without any struggle. As for Ernst Bohr, he stood there in a daze after finding his footing. He was motionless as his eyes glazed over. He had already fallen into a deep slumber. Inside the trackless carriage that passed by him, a black-haired, green-eyed young man in a thin trench coat sat with his back facing the middle of the road. He was focused on flipping through a hard-covered, bronze-green notebook. Around him, the other passengers were either reading the newspapers, chatting with each other, or looking out. They saw the out-of-control horse quickly return to normal. With a whoosh, the black-haired, green-eyed man flipped the notebook to another page. The trackless carriage continued forward and gradually distanced itself. Chapter 1028. St. Hireland Square, northwest corner, third floor of the restaurant. When the spectre wolf with the rose in its arms appeared in front of Ernst Bohr, the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Mistral instantly retracted his gaze from Emlyn White. Darkness emanated from his back as countless tiny bats fluttered within. Bribe. Just as this sanguine earl silently muttered a word, he saw the toppled carriage, heard the neighing of horses, and smelled all kinds of scents. However, he was momentarily unable to find the source of the accident and chaos. At this moment, his vision darkened as his eyes seemed to lose their ability to sense light. The noises by his ears came to a halt. Earl Mistral secretly scoffed as he immediately fused with the countless bats behind him, descending and reassembling beside Ernst Bohr. Suddenly, in the dark vision, a glimmer of light jumped out. This point of light rapidly expanded and became brighter as a golden figure with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings walked out. The pairs of wings spread out one after another, blanketing Mistral's vision. Light and darkness intersected, forming mysterious and complicated symbols. They were indistinguishable from the golden figure. They were both sacred and depraved, both light and darkness. Angel. Mistral's pupils dilated slightly as he couldn't help but take a step back, ending his thoughts. Ernst Bohr quickly woke up in a daze. He saw a pair of eyes that were as clear as a lake's water, and he felt a newspaper being handed to him and stuffed into his palm. The pair of emerald green eyes stirred bit by bit, forming vortexes deep in their depths as though they were sucking in the souls of those who saw them. Ernst Bohr instantly immersed himself in them, unable to move his eyes away. Then, he heard a gentle and ethereal female voice. "Take the newspaper and follow Emlyn White. Take the newspaper and follow Emlyn White." The voice was layered as it reverberated in Ernst Bohr's ears. It drilled into his brain and into his soul. Ernst Bohr nodded in a daze. He felt like there was more to be said, but he could not hear it clearly. The paperboy, who was carrying a satchel and holding a newspaper, quickly turned around and agilely passed through a few bicycles and blended into the crowd. He had a delicate face, and his messy hair covered his eyebrows. As he walked, he took off the black gauze glove that he had put on at some point, folded it, and stuffed it into the satchel containing the newspaper. The wind blew past, causing his clothes to shrink a little, revealing a bulge on his arm. A few seconds later, Ern's Boar suddenly jumped back, as though he was avoiding something. Not good. I've been affected by a nightmarish ability. As soon as he steadied himself, his pupils dilated as he looked around vigilantly, guarding against an impending attack. Although Ern's Boyar was puzzled by how easily he had been dragged into a dream, he knew that this wasn't the time to be fussing over the details. What happened next was more important. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Ding! A few bicycles approached, using the sound of a bell to warn the gentleman standing in the middle of the road to make way. Ern's Boar narrowed his eyes as he stared at them, the muscles beneath his clothes ready to spring into action. The bicycles circled around him, and the passers-by either rushed away or slowed down their footsteps as they pointed at him. Gong! 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 12 consecutive gongs sounded as white steam spewed out from the chimneys at the top of St. Ireland Cathedral. Hymns of praise reverberated inside and outside as gigantic gears and levers turned. In the square, everyone stopped in their tracks. At this holy moment, they either closed their eyes to pray or listened quietly. Regardless of whether they were believers of the god of steam and machinery or not, only the pigeons that were being fed flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Gong! 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 The bell sounded, but no one moved. In the private room of the restaurant, Earl Mistral stood there with a rather solemn expression, motionless. His vision had already been restored, but all he saw were the workers in grayish-blue and light-blue clothes and the bicycles of the same style. Apart from that, he didn't discover anything. As for Ern's Boar, he wasn't injured at all. Of course, he had guessed from the newspaper in the Sanguine Viscount's hand that there was something wrong with the paperboy, but he didn't attempt to pursue him. Clearly, the power that borrowed the level of an angel definitely didn't belong to a low or mid-sequence beyonder. This also meant that the faction backing Emlyn White had at least one demigod hidden nearby. Mistral believed that once he took action, he would definitely be stopped or even attacked. When he was in a position that could easily be discovered, and he had no idea where the other party was hiding, the sanguine Earl, Mistral, believed that it wasn't a good thing. Forcefully pursuing him would only result in a huge problem. Furthermore, to the Sanguine, this was only a probe. If the faction backing Emlyn were to send out a demigod, they could use Ern's Boar's self-defense to hold back the powerhouse, allowing Mistral to use the Oath of Rose to confirm the attacker's identity. They didn't plan on having an intense conflict because of this. In their plans, they would at most have Mistral stop the other party and prevent Ern's Boar from being injured. In such a situation, they no longer had the initiative. If they were to forcefully pursue him, there was a high chance that a demigod battle would occur. And in Bakeland, around St. Ireland Cathedral, this was equivalent to suicide. In addition, to Mistral, since the other party's demigod didn't take action personally and only provided support, it would be embarrassing for him to directly take action and pursue him. It would be an insult to the reputation of a sanguine earl. I want to see how this will develop next. The muscles on Mistral's face twitched slightly as he spun the ghostly blue gem ring on his left hand once again. After the bell rang 12 times, Emlyn took another step forward and circled around the fountain. Amidst the falling pigeons, he arrived at the entrance on the other end of St. Ireland Square. He then saw Ern's Boar, whose back was slightly hunched, not daring to take even half a step. He saw the toppled carriage, the bored horses, and the carriage driver who wore a pained expression. Emlyn walked over and took out his wallet. He took out £100 in cash and handed it to the carriage driver. "This is your compensation." The carriage driver was confused and pleasantly surprised. The rental carriage didn't belong to him. He was only an ordinary employee. When the horses were startled, causing the carriage to be damaged, he first felt his heart ache briefly before panic and despair dominated his mind. According to the so-called contract and the similar incidents he had seen over the years, this was his responsibility. He needed to pay compensation, and with his income and family situation, this meant bankruptcy. In that short period of time, all kinds of thoughts surfaced in the carriage driver's mind. They were mainly divided into three types. One was to blackmail the gentleman who had been dumbfounded and made him pay compensation to prevent his family from disintegrating as a result. His children would then be forced to work in an illegal factory at a young age. The second was to immediately bring the horse to a gang member and sell it before returning home. He would then leave Bakeland with his wife and children. The third was to arrange for his family to move out of their rented residence and plead with the owner of the carriage, hoping to return it in installments. If the other party wasn't agreeable, he would rather go to jail than pay a single penny. Now, the sudden appearance of £100 smashed into the carriage driver's heart, leaving him dizzy. He was at a loss for words. £100 was enough to buy a new rental carriage. Furthermore, there was still plenty left. Emlyn didn't look at the carriage driver as he looked at Ernst. "It's fine. Aren't you the biggest problem? You're already here, so how can it be fine?" As Ernst lampooned, he spun the ghostly sapphire ring on his left hand. For some reason, he felt that he should trust Emlyn White and even approach him. Emlyn took a glance, suddenly turned around, and quickly walked into an alley. Ernst subconsciously took a step forward and followed closely behind, holding the newspaper in his hand. One of the two sanguine ran, while the other chased. They were extremely fast, but they didn't dare show anything abnormal about them. Earl Mistral waited for the two sanguine to run far away and leave the range of his spirituality. Only then did he use the connection between the oath of rose rings to leisurely tail them. Emlyn would sometimes circle around, sometimes cut in diagonally, and sometimes take another path to return to the spot he had previously passed. It made it impossible to guess his destination. As for Ernst, he was like a bull that had seen a red flag. He refused to give up as he followed closely behind. Unknowingly, the two sanguine arrived at Rose Street south of the bridge. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly sped up as he charged into the Harvest Church, leaving behind afterimages as though he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Ernst did the same thing. No good. The distant Earl Mistral was just about to descend to stop him when Ernst's figure vanished from the entrance of the Harvest Church. Gotcha! The stone tiles beneath Mistral's feet instantly shattered. After entering the church, Ernst suddenly came to a realization. Following that, he saw a figure dressed in a brown priest robe stand up like a mountain in front of the rows of seats. At the same time, the entire church became extremely heavy and sturdy, as though it had become one with the ground. Ernst's mind buzzed as another voice resounded. After waking up from the first hypnosis, throw the items on you at Emlyn White. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ernst took off his belt and threw out his brooch, throwing one item after another at Emlyn White. Among them was even the silver pocket watch and the wallet filled with cash. Puff. The newspaper in his hand fell to the ground, and a card mixed in with it fell out. On the card was an impartial goddess sitting on a stone chair, holding a sword and a scale. Tarot card, Justice card. P.S. Updating first before making changes. After the first rush in September, I didn't stop updating due to my stockpiling. Chapter 1029. After throwing away everything other than his clothes, Ernst Bohr was taken aback for a moment before he completely snapped to his senses. What am I doing? What did I do? This sanguine baron finally recalled the matters that he had deliberately forgotten. He recalled those clear green eyes. Psychological cue, no, hypnosis. Ernst Boyer looked around with a mixture of hatred and uncontrollable fear as he instinctively reassessed his situation. His gaze then landed on the mountain-like figure and saw Father Yutravsky with his sparse eyebrows. In that instant, Ernst Bohr's various thoughts collided with each other as he quickly produced a strong will. He didn't resist and directly shouted, "I'll be a volunteer here for a month." Emlyn's encounter had long spread throughout the sanguine circles in Bakeland. Ernst Bohr had heard of Father Yutravsky for a long time. He knew that even if he resisted, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being a volunteer. Therefore, he might as well be more straightforward and voluntarily surrender, choosing conditions that were more beneficial to him. At the very least, I can't be hypnotized and change my faith to Earth Mother. Just as this thought flashed through Ernst's mind, he discovered that Father Yutravsky was holding a lantern. Inside was a strange candle wrapped in human skin with protruding lumps. Under the dim illumination of the candlelight, Ernst's pupils dilated once again. There was only one thought left in his mind as it echoed incessantly. Psychological cue again. At this moment, he felt that the shadow in his heart was extremely thick. "All right." Father Yutravsky nodded and agreed to Ernst Bohr's request. Emlyn held back a smile that was a mixture of smugness and joy as he looked at the items he had just caught, like a farmer who had just obtained a bountiful harvest. In St. Hireland Square, on the third floor of a Sevilla-styled restaurant, in a private room, the light suddenly dimmed as a large shadow appeared. Tiny bats flew out of the darkness and quickly gathered together. Smoke rose as the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Earl Mistral appeared at the spot where the bats had gathered. Everything around him returned to normal. His servant, a middle-aged man in a dark suit, immediately took a step forward and bowed. "Your Excellency, do you want to eat now?" He could not tell from the Count's face whether things were smooth or difficult, whether the final result was a success or a failure, but he did not dare to ask. Mistral nodded slightly. "Sure." He calmly walked to the dining table, took off the sapphire ring, and sat down. He did not lose any of his elegance, as if he had just gone out to feed the pigeons. "This taste is rich and strange, but it's not bad." In the private room next to Count Mistral's, Klein, who had an ordinary face, was enjoying and commenting on a delicacy that was extremely Sevilla style: lamb's stomach giblets. Although this punishment operation was an attempt by the tarot members to cooperate, and there was no need for the world or Mr. Fool to interfere, Klein considered that Miss Justice and Emlyn either didn't have such experience or were lacking in experience, so he secretly came nearby as a final safeguard. He had previously gotten his marionette to pray to the Fool at the dining table while he entered the private room's private bathroom and went above the grey fog. With the corresponding points of light, he expanded his vision to the entire square and the surrounding area. At the same time, he kept holding the sea god scepter, prepared to immediately send lightning down to stop them if he discovered anything amiss. However, he ultimately didn't do anything. The entire matter progressed more smoothly than he had expected. There was no need to mention the Star Leonard, who had rich combat experience, but Miss Justice, who was participating in something like this for the first time, had performed beyond his expectations. She wasn't nervous at all, nor did she show any signs of panic. That's right. A Sequence 6 Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway is definitely better than most low- and mid-sequence Beyonders of different pathways when it comes to controlling their emotions. Even if they have any uneasiness, they can use their Beyonder powers to resolve it before taking action. Klein nodded indiscernibly and continued tasting the other delicacies. Outside the window, in St. Hireland Square, the sounds of flutes, violins, accordions, and seven-stringed instruments intersected or overlapped as they drifted out in a melodious manner. In St. Hireland Square, a rental carriage slowly circled around the edge. Leonard Mitchell, who was about to return to the north bank of Bakeland Bridge, looked at the pigeons in the middle of the square. He suddenly suppressed his voice and said, "Old man, do you think this operation will ultimately succeed?" After dragging Ernst Bohr into a dream, he flipped through Lamennais Travels and activated Angel's Embrace. He then boarded a carriage and left the scene. He wasn't sure if the subsequent developments went smoothly. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast replied snappily, "In the fourth epoch there's a saying, believe in the might of the deities. This means that since this matter has obtained Mr. Fool's tacit approval, it will definitely succeed? However, old man still doesn't understand tarot well enough. Mr. Fool is only a witness most of the time, and there's no so-called tacit approval." Leonard mumbled inwardly as he diverted the topic. However, old man still doesn't understand tarot well enough. Mr. Fool is only a witness most of the time, and there's no so-called tacit approval. Leonard mumbled inwardly as he diverted the topic. Why does it feel like there's no end to this proverb? He didn't inform Pallas Zoroast of the exact situation regarding tarot. All he did was mention it in general terms and relay what Mr. Fool had agreed to. Pallas chuckled and said, "Indeed. There's still the second half. Don't believe in their benevolence. Believe in the might of deities. Don't believe in their benevolence." Leonard silently repeated it a few times as he looked down at the notebook with a hard cover and a bronze-green color. He then muttered wistfully, "This is truly comparable to a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Furthermore, the way to resolve the negative effects is very simple. Before this operation, considering that the moon domain also had a portion of the authority of darkness, and that beyonders of this pathway would have a stronger resistance to nightmare-type influences when they reached a certain level, Leonard originally wanted to borrow Creeping Hunger from the world Klein Moretti, but in the subsequent discussion, Miss Magicians had mentioned the characteristics of Lamino's travels, giving him a better choice. Hence, he, who was in charge of using Angel's Embrace, borrowed Creeping Hunger from Klein for 3 hours and recorded a few useful Beyonder powers, including Bribe, Weaken. "This is something from the House of Abraham," Pallas Zoroast said with a sigh. Leonard was already aware of this. He nodded indiscernibly and turned to ask. He then asked, "Old man, do you have a way to weaken or control the negative effects of the mystical item I mentioned previously? Can that be called a mystical item? That's something that needs to be sealed." Pallas first reprimanded Leonard before saying, "Didn't you say that it has a living characteristic? That's relatively easy to resolve." Leonard relaxed and cast his gaze out the window again, admiring St. Ireland Cathedral, which had characteristics that resembled a factory. In North Borough's Phelps Street, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located, at the entrance of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Having changed her clothes, Audrey, who looked like an ordinary girl, alighted the carriage. She had already removed her paperboy disguise in a hotel room that she had prepared beforehand. The room was booked by Emlyn, and it had nothing to do with her. At that moment, there were a few people coming and going at the entrance of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, but Audrey walked over without any qualms. No one looked at her, as though she lived in another world. Audrey briskly walked through the lobby and went up to the second floor, heading for the director's office that belonged to her. And along the way, everyone she encountered seemed to be playing along with her. They pretended not to see her, and they weren't surprised that an unfamiliar girl was there. At the office's entrance, Audrey was just about to enter when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Miss Audrey, this is the total amount of donations you have collected this week." The corners of Audrey's mouth couldn't help but curl up as she gently pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. Inside the office, a staff member was holding a stack of documents and showing it to the person behind the desk. The person behind the desk was a huge golden retriever with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging around its neck. It sat at the director's seat and casually flipped through the document. "No problem." The staff member immediately retracted the documents and smiled at the golden retriever. "I'll be heading out, Miss Audrey." Behind her, Audrey held back her laughter as she walked to the sofa and sat down. She quietly watched her leave and didn't disturb the golden retriever from reading the other documents. Susie read the various materials seriously, afraid that something would go wrong with her acting and affect Audrey's matters. After a while, she suddenly looked around in puzzlement. Audrey, are you back? How did you find out? Audrey stood up from the sofa and appeared in front of Susie. For this operation, she had specially communicated with Susie and asked her to replace her at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Then, she led the golden retriever and hypnotized the staff members who would come into contact with her during the day, making them treat Susie as Audrey. As for possible visitors, she told the staff that they would only receive visitors in the afternoon. And the signal for the hypnosis to be lifted was the church bell at 2 in the afternoon. After seeing Audrey, Susie jumped down from her seat and said helplessly, "It's almost 2. That's right." Audrey made a face at herself inwardly as she hurriedly entered her tiny resting room and changed into her own clothes. She then used Lie's ability to control flames to burn away her previous disguise. Back in the office, she sat down in her seat and completely relaxed. She clasped her hands together and pressed them against her lips. Frankly speaking, she had been very nervous, but before and after the operation, she had successfully pacified herself, without making any mistakes. Now that he thought about it, it was quite interesting. He even discussed how to compensate those who were affected. "Audrey, well done." A smile blossomed on the blonde girl's face, gradually becoming brighter and brighter. After this matter, she realized that her hypnotist potion had digested quite a bit. Furthermore, she had also confirmed one thing: the bribe, charm powers that the mystical item, Hand of Horror, came with was a perfect match for her hypnosis. I also learned that Mr. Moon's name is Emlyn White. He didn't plan on hiding it because he definitely had to tell me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Yes, or giving me the name of the cathedral would do, but that would similarly expose his identity. I'm still a little tense. I was too stiff during the hypnosis. I actually used words like first stage of hypnosis that were too direct. Audrey, pacified her slightly agitated emotions and seriously observed the entire process of today's operation, hoping to learn from it. Gong, gong. St. Samuel Cathedral's bell rang on the hour, indicating that it was 2 in the afternoon. In 22 Phelps Street, where the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was located, several staff members trembled when they heard the bell. Then, they continued with their work as though nothing had happened. Gong, gong. Amidst the cathedral's bell, Klein, who had transformed back into Don Dantes, once again walked to the balcony of 160 Baclund Street and looked at the situation at Mach's residence. At this moment, a carriage passed by his manor's entrance and drove to the other end of the street. Suddenly, Klein's intuition stirred as a scene surfaced in his mind. A gray rat was slumped on the carriage's window, leisurely watching the scenery on the street. Chapter 1030. A gray rat. Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't hesitate to turn around and walk back to the half-open room. He walked all the way to the master bedroom and entered the washroom. During this entire process, he took his time, as though he was repeating something that happened many times a day. After locking the washroom's door, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the gray fog of ravings and roars, and sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. And before that, he had gotten his valet, Anuni, who was standing in the corridor, to pray to see God Cavituous in a low voice. Using the corresponding point of light, Klein, who had beckoned for the sea god's scepter, extended his vision and locked onto the carriage that was driving towards Member of Parliament Mach's manor, which was 39 Baclund Street. And this time, the person leaning against the glass window and leisurely enjoying the scenery on the street wasn't a gray rat, but a young man wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He had black hair and black eyes. His face was thin and his forehead was broad. He wore a crystal monocle and had a faint smile on his face. He was none other than the blasphemer, the angel of time, and the son of the creator, Ammon. Although Klein was mentally prepared, he still tensed up as he felt a chill run down his spine. Ammon had clearly appeared in his original form, but after stealing the rat demigod's fate, he was a gray rat in everyone's eyes. No one doubted him. This was similar to the powers of his brother, Angel of Imagination Adam. It was terrifying the more one thought about it, but it was fundamentally different. If it wasn't for the gray fog, and if I hadn't gained a deeper understanding of this place, I wouldn't have discovered it either. Klein was half glad and half alarmed as he expanded his vision to search for Amon's avatars. Compared to the grafting of fate, the traces of parasitism were relatively more obvious. However, Klein didn't discover anything this time. Be it the other passengers in the carriage, the horses pulling the carriage, or the surrounding trees and air, none of them were parasitized. This was different from what Leonard's grandfather said. Shouldn't the appearance of one Amon be accompanied by many almonds? He knows that he has already been discovered by the Church of Evernight's bizarro sorcerer and suspects that Buckland Street is under surveillance. Therefore, he only sent an avatar over to investigate the situation? Klein furrowed his brows as he guessed. He couldn't make up his mind on how to deal with this development. Of course, he remembered that Palaz Zoroast had said that as long as he could finish off one of Amon's avatars, he could wipe out all of Bakelin's Amon. And now there was only one Amon in Buckland Street. It was a good opportunity to take action. I'll listen to this professional's opinion first. Klein immediately conjured World German Sparrow's figure at the bottom of the long bronze table, making him pray respectfully and piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Leonard Mitchell that Amon has appeared. He's at 39 Buckland Street, but there's only one. While German Sparrow prayed, Klein didn't stop monitoring the carriage. He saw Hazel, who was dressed in a light-colored dress, alight and enter her foyer. Amon, who was wearing a monocle and a black trench coat, followed behind her calmly without any concealment. However, the servants didn't notice him at all. It was as though there was only air behind Miss Hazel, or some inconspicuous creature. Occasionally, a maid would glance at the ground and jump in fright. Just as she was about to scream, she opened her mouth and forgot what she wanted to do. After passing through the foyer and heading for the stairs, Amon pinched the crystal monocle and stuffed his hands into his pocket. Transparent, ringed worms crawled out from his body and wandered in every direction before vanishing. This left Klein, who wielded the sea god's scepter, feel his scalp tingle. He recalled Palaz Zoroast's description of Amon's parasitic powers. Pestilential infection. Hazel had been in a good mood recently because her teacher hadn't truly gone mad. Everything that had happened was just a test, and she had passed it. This allowed her to gain a lot of knowledge about the beyonder world. She understood the essence of potions, grasped the method to digest them, and obtained the chance to advance to cryptologist. She was now a sequence 7 beyonder. So the world has such a miraculous side to him. I wonder when I can become a demigod and truly transcend the level of an ordinary person. Hazel looked at the wall clock on the wall and rubbed her sunken stomach. She decided to get her mother to bring forward the afternoon tea since there weren't any guests. She used the excuse of going out for lunch to pick up her teacher and find a chance to act. In fact, she didn't eat anything. Thinking of this, she looked at the teacher who was lying on the leather cushion on the sofa. She saw that the gray rat was raising its front paw and pressing on its right eye socket. "Do you need any food?" Hazel asked respectfully. The rat lowered its front paw and replied unhurriedly, "There's no need." "All right, teacher." Hazel turned around, took a few steps forward, and pulled open the bedroom door. In the corridor, her personal maidservant was standing there, leisurely looking at the balcony at the end of the corridor as though she was admiring the afternoon sky. Hazel indiscernibly frowned and said, "Guard here. Don't let anyone enter to clean." The maidservant glanced at her and smiled. "Yes, Mississippi." Only then did Hazel leave the bedroom and head to the activity room on the second floor. She found her mother, Ma Amriana. This lady with the same dark green hair was receiving a pair of glasses embedded with gems from her maidservant. It was closer to an accessory than a vision aid. "Didn't you dislike it?" Hazel asked in puzzlement. The corners of Mariana's mouth curled up bit by bit. I like it now. As she spoke, she opened the glasses and placed it on the bridge of her nose. Just as Hazel was about to comment on it, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She turned her head and discovered that her father, Member of Parliament Mocked, had returned home early. "Dad, didn't you say you were going to the Military Veterans Clubhouse?" Hazel asked in passing. "There's no one here today." Mocked raised his right hand and pinched his eye socket. Hazel nodded in a nonchalant manner. "Perfect timing. We haven't enjoyed afternoon tea together in a long time." "That's right." Mocked and Mariana smiled in unison as the corners of their mouths suffused a faint smile. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard, who had just returned from St. Hireland Square, threw himself onto the sofa and placed his feet on the coffee table. The fact that there hadn't been any notice up to now made him believe that the punishment operation had come to a successful end. He could now look forward to the spoils of war. "Old man, didn't you mention that the Sanguine Viscount has many mystical items? Can you tell me what they are?" Leonard asked with a suppressed voice out of curiosity. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast snorted. "Items at that level aren't worth me wasting my strength to carefully observe." Leonard was just about to press further when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw an endless grayish-white fog and the blurry figure of German Sparrow. He heard the corresponding prayer. "Amon has appeared. He's at 39 Buckland Street, but there's only one Amon has appeared? That fast?" Leonard, who had already relaxed, suddenly retracted his legs and sat up straight. His mind was many times more tense than during the punishment operation. He hurriedly relayed Klein's words to Pallas Zoroast and asked, "What's the matter?" Following that, he asked, "Old man, what do we do now? Begin the operation? But there's only one Amon avatar." Pallas Zoroast fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Only one avatar came. Only one avatar of Amon came, which means that he has other plans, but this is not important. There's a saying in the 4th epoch, an arrow that is shot cannot be retracted. Since it has begun, we can't back down. If this drags on, Amon will attempt to influence the entire street. When that happens, he will definitely discover something abnormal about Don Dantes." Klein returned to the real world and walked out of the washroom. He had already made the corresponding preparations. He wore creeping hunger on his left hand and held a medal carved from a black gem in his right hand. Then, he controlled Inuni, his marionette, to snap his fingers and use flaming jump to enter 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's residence, with the appearance of German Sparrow. The spirit-body threads instantly transmitted Klein's thoughts, but it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction. He had instantly lost his connection with his marionette. As Klein's eyelids twitched, the door to the master bedroom creaked open. The person who opened the door was Inuni. This mixed-blood Loanese and Balaam pushed open the door and walked in step by step, completely out of Klein's control. He took out a crystal-like monocle from his pocket, wiped its surface with his sleeve, and slowly placed it into his right eye socket. He then looked at Don Dantes as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Found you." The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly froze. Pinching the monocle, Inuni continued, "There are too many anomalies in Flora Jacobs' fate. There are too many anomalies in Flora Jacobs' fate, and the most important one is from this street. I found it very interesting, so I spent some time to distinguish and find the source, which made you wait for so many days. I'm no stranger to that mirror, and I've never seen a person who can command it and make it curry favor with it. This is truly an interesting matter. Perhaps I should steal your fate and see what it's for? Alright, you probably don't know its origins. It's not simple at all. P.S. Update first before making changes." Chapter 1031. Wearing a monocle and wearing the image of Winner Inuni, Amon didn't seem like an infiltrator or an attacker, but a visitor. He spoke of the preparations he had made in advance, as well as the origins of erodes, with a desire to show off. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He saw Don Dantes turn into a gray rat with dirty fur. The rat raised its right front paw and pressed down on its eye socket. At the same time, in the garden of 160 Buckland Street, the thin and angular German sparrow, with black hair and brown eyes, appeared in the middle of a bunch of roses. Just now, while Amon was talking about a very attractive topic, he had secretly split out a worm of time in an attempt to invade Klein's body and parasitize him. However, Klein had been on high alert the entire time. Through the changes in his spirit-body threads, he had sensed this matter. At the critical moment, he had switched places with a marionette that he had quickly created. Silently, the mixed-blood Amon appeared in front of Klein once again. Behind him, a 12-ring transparent worm fell from the 3rd floor and returned to his body. And at that instant the earthworms in the garden's soil, the vermin in the trees, and the rats in the shadows crawled out. They either surrounded the spot where German Sparrow and Amon were facing each other, or they distanced themselves from the area. The reason why Klein had patiently listened to Amon's words was mainly because he was making the best use of his time to create a marionette. To a bizarro sorcerer, only having a marionette was considered complete. Amon still wasn't in a rush to take action. He pinched the monocle that was clamped deep into his eye socket and looked around. He said with a smile, "Your actions often expose your problems. To a mentor in the field of deception, what you did was enough for me to grasp your weakness. In such a tense and dangerous situation, you actually only turned rats, vermin, birds, and earthworms into your marionette. You didn't consider the butlers, maids, and servants in the house. What does this mean? It means that you have excellent moral standards and still view yourself as a human. You aren't willing to harm them. By grasping this point, even if this clone of mine is weaker than you, I can still toy with you until you collapse. You won't be able to die even if you want to. All right. You can stop your attempts at secretly controlling my spirit-body thread. This is because you are controlling the spirit-body threads I stole. They belong to your butler, your maid, and your carriage driver. If this continues, I'm afraid you will blame yourself. Even spirit-body threads can be stolen? No, it's more like a transference." Klein's expression froze as he stopped controlling Amon's spirit-body threads. He had been so patient, allowing Amon to spout nonsense, because he had the thought of secretly making Amon's avatar his marionette. To a bizarro sorcerer, this sort of battle that involved stalling for time and secretly exerting influence was what he was best at and most fond of. Unfortunately, he had encountered blasphemer Amon, who was currently at the pinnacle of the marauder pathway. Even if it was only an avatar, it left him somewhat helpless. In fact, Klein suspected that Amon was lying to him, but he couldn't tell, so he didn't dare to take the risk. At such times, he needed the cooperation of a spectator. "You said so much? It can't be purely to think of a way to parasitize me, right? You should know that before heavily injuring me, it's very difficult for you to parasitize a bizarro sorcerer who can see spirit-body threads." The German sparrow Klein looked at Amon and suddenly said calmly. Amon immediately chuckled. "You finally realized it. You're stealing my fate?" Klein switched places with his marionette once again, allowing his actual body to constantly appear in various corners of the garden. "No." Amon shook his head and stuffed his hands into his pockets as he leisurely said with a smile, "This magic mirror, Rhodes, is actually willing to listen to your instructions and deliberately curry favor with you. That means that you're definitely not as simple as I imagined. I'm not a beyonder of the tyrant pathway, so I definitely won't rashly steal your fate. Heh, I suddenly have a premonition that directly replacing you will result in something I don't wish to see happening." "How do you know that Rhodes is currying favor with me? Flora Jacobs' fate shouldn't have such matters." The German sparrow Klein appeared on the tree with a swoosh. His different marionettes continued changing locations. Amon pulled out a hand and pinched his chin. Didn't I just say that? I spent some time to distinguish and search for the source. Yes, I went to the Church of Steam and Machinery and had a chat with Erode. It wasn't too honest and would rather suffer my torture than divulge your true origins. Unfortunately, it was inside the Church of Steam and Machinery. Otherwise, I could directly parasitize it and know everything. It can even parasitize a living sealed artifact? If Erode strictly abides by the rules, then its past answers indicate that it isn't aware of my actual situation. It only has certain guesses. Klein's eyes widened slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Amon laugh. You really aren't anxious at all. What are you waiting for? Don't you know that my pathway's corresponding sequence too is called Trojan Horse of Destiny? Even though I'm just an ordinary clone right now, there are still some abilities that I can use. For example, I can tamper with your fate, causing it to make certain mistakes for a certain period of time. For example, no matter how much you call for help, no one will notice. Haha, that is to say, even if you activate the emblem of darkness in your hand, you can only borrow the influence of concealment. You won't be able to transmit your thoughts for help over, no matter what your agreement was. Also, even if you shout for help or create an explosion, the passers-by and servants in the house won't be able to hear you. That's why I said so much just now. For an ordinary clone, this kind of operation requires enough time. Alright, it's your turn to answer my question. Klein didn't answer directly as he constantly switched positions with the marionette. However, he always maintained a marionette in front of Amon so that he could communicate with him. At this moment, he made the marionette ask, "Since you've already taken control of the domain of destiny, why aren't you attacking?" You also seem to be waiting, before the German sparrow, who had elongated into a thin paper figurine, finished his sentence. There was an intense gust of wind from afar. Leonard, who was wearing a black trench coat, was pulled by a silver-inlaid cane as he flew to Buckland Street at high speeds. Klein, who had already flashed to Amon's side, immediately said, "This is what I've been waiting for." As he spoke, he activated the emblem of darkness in his hand. And at the same time, he snapped his fingers with his left palm, igniting the tallest tree in the garden, causing the scarlet flames to soar into the sky. This was so obvious, like a gigantic torch. It was an anomaly that could be seen at a glance across the entire street. However, be it the maidservants who were wiping the windows on the first floor or the pedestrians strolling under the Intis parasol tree, none of them noticed it. Even Leonard Mitchell, who was in midair, ignored this scene as he rapidly approached 39 Buckland Street. At this moment, Palaz Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in this red glove's mind, "Turn around. Head to Unit 160. Although Leonard was puzzled, he didn't ask as he had rich experience in beyonder matters. He immediately tugged at the word of the sea and changed directions. In the garden of 160 Buckland Street, Amon looked up and pressed his right hand on the crystal monocle as he chuckled. "This is also what I've been waiting for." He didn't look at German Sparrow as the smile on his face gradually became more obvious. He continued in an irrepressible pleasant surprise. He actually discovered the anomaly of this region's fate. "It's him, Palaz." As he spoke, this blasphemer changed his actions and adjusted his monocle. At this moment, the entire street was blanketed in a strange darkness, as though it had been isolated from reality, becoming a secret. In the activity room of 39 Buckland Street, Hazel looked out the window and muttered in puzzlement, "Is it going to rain?" This wasn't an important matter. She then retracted her gaze and extended her hand towards the three-tiered tray that held the afternoon tea. Then, she saw her father, mocked, open his right hand in a strange manner. Beams of light condensed out of thin air, forming a crystal monocle in his palm. Mocked then wore the monocle on his right eye. Hazel clearly sensed that something was amiss as she looked at the others in the room in panic. Her mother, Lady Rihanna, took off the ornament on the bridge of her nose and put on a monocle that came out of nowhere. The servants standing beside her also took out the same monocle and put it on their right eyes at the same time. Thud! Hazel instinctively stood up as she retreated, knocking her chair to the ground. This sound alarmed everyone in the room. Mocked Rihanna, and the servants turned their heads to look at Hazel. Bit by bit, the corners of their mouths suffused smiles. Ah! Hazel instantly broke down as she let out a shrill scream. This scream spread out of the house and penetrated the garden, attracting the attention of the passers-by on the streets. As for Aman, he had already lowered his right hand that was holding the monocle. He looked at the figure in midair and laughed. Pales, it's already 1,350 years of the fifth epoch. The technique of relying on avatars to raise one's level is long outdated. Behind him, Klein didn't waste his breath. As he reached into his pocket as though he was pulling out a gun, he made creeping hunger turn transparent, condensing a transparent book in front of him, and with a gentle raise of Aman's hand, the human-skinned glove vanished. However, along with the human-skinned glove, German Sparrow's figure had vanished. But it wasn't a glove that landed in Aman's palm, but a rat. A rat that had died due to its marionettes being cancelled. On the other side of Aman, Klein, who wasn't wearing a top hat but a shirt and vest, appeared in a flash. He threw the item he had taken out at his target. It was a paper crane. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Seeking recommendation and monthly vote. Chapter 1032. It was an ordinary paper crane. As soon as it flew out, it burst into scarlet flames and fell to the ground. Aman, who was looking at the sky, suddenly turned his head and looked at the paper crane that carried the blazing flower. He raised his palm again. The eyes under the monocle had long since lit up with a cold light. Suddenly, the flames on the paper crane's surface vanished. Klein's ability to swap positions with his marionette vanished. His flame-controlling, flaming jump and air cannon vanished. In that instant, 6 Beyonder powers were stolen from him, including 4 of the most important ones. If Aman could steal a few more times, Klein might just become an ordinary person. This was theft at the angel level. In the dim light of the fire, the paper crane slowly drifted away. In a black pram at Dr. Allen's house in Bakeland. Wrapped in silver silk, Will Osepton Series wiped his mouth and eyes as he mumbled, "That's not the end. Life is so hard." Before he finished speaking, he took out an item that looked like a cane head out of nowhere and was embedded with a transparent gem. A pure and clear light lit up, illuminating the calendar in the room. Today, Tuesday. Note 1. 160 Buckland Street, Don Dantes' garden. The paper crane that was already burned until it was in tatters suddenly froze in midair. Water-silver complex symbols jumped out from its surface one after another, instantly forming an enormous illusory scaleless snake. On the surface of the silvery white giant snake, densely packed patterns and symbols formed one connected wheel after another. Each wheel had different symbols around it. With a sweep of its bright red and cold eyes, the gigantic snake soared into the sky above Buckland Street. It bent its body and bit its tail. Its shadow shrouded the entire street, like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. Suddenly, in the activity room of 39 Buckland Street, mocked Rihanna and the servants stopped smiling. They raised their hands at the same time and took off the monocle on their faces. Then, they transformed into beams of light in their palms. Right on the heels of that, they either wore their decorative glasses again, pinched their eye sockets, or leisurely looked out the window, returning to their previous states. Hazel fell to the ground and shook her head as she watched this scene. She used her hands to support her body as she retreated. The coldness in the eyes of Aman, who had Anuni's head, faded. His crystal-like monocle was slightly slanted, and he no longer had the feeling of looking down on Klein. In addition, something was slowly being extracted from his body, forming a clear, thick, but transparent and mysterious worm of time above his head. and this worm of time quickly transformed into a figure with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face amidst concealment. This wasn't the time in Buckland Street rewinding, as Klein, Leonard, and company weren't affected. This was Amon's own state returning to a few minutes ago. Snake of Fate, reboot. Although Will Ossepton's prophecy of the rise and fall of fate had some minor problems, making it slightly later than reality, his teleportation's influence was timely. And in exchange for the Snake of Fate's help, not only had Klein fed him 5 different flavors of ice cream, but he had also agreed to compensate him with additional remuneration. The outcome of their initial discussion was for Klein to think of a way to create at least 2 items that could temporarily restore Will Ossepton's strength while he was weak. When Amon suffered this unexpected blow, Klein didn't hesitate at all. He drew Death Knell, cocked the hammer, and gently turned the wheel to aim at the enemy. Bang! He calmly and decisively pulled Death Knell's trigger, shooting out the control spirit bullet he had long prepared. A silver-black stream of light flashed out, accurately hitting the Amon Phantom in the pointed hat and classic black robe. It hit the Worm of Time. It was thicker and clearer than any Worm of Time that Klein had seen before. As the faint light dissipated, Amon's phantom trembled in midair as he froze, unable to produce any expression. And at this moment, Leonard, who had already arrived above, followed Old Man's instructions. He stepped on the word of the sea and floated in midair. He spread his arms slightly and relaxed his spirit body. His pair of green eyes immediately reflected a slightly dim Worm of Time with 12 translucent rings. These 2 worms of time had their heads and tails connected, forming a similar ring. The ring slowly spun, illuminating an ancient, mottled phantom behind Leonard. This phantom was like the surface of a wall clock carved from stone. It was divided into a total of 12 segments. Each segment was either grayish-white or bluish-black. They were interspersed with each other, and the boundaries were clear. The symbols they had were all different. Just a glance at it made Klein feel as though his life was rapidly draining away. Gong. It was as though the bell had traveled through history, echoing far and wide in the empty, hidden world. Everything in front of Klein slowed down, including the Amon Phantom above Enuni's head. An indescribable invisible torrent surged as it swept the Amon Phantom towards the huge, illusory stone wall clock. In fact, it was a Worm of Time. The monocle-wearing Amon's avatar suddenly reached down and aimed his palm at the German sparrow. Suddenly, Klein saw the skin on the back of his hand rapidly dry and wrinkle up bit by bit. Then, faint age spots began to grow on it. The speed at which the Amon Phantom was sucked in slowed down, but it was still unable to interrupt the process. Finally, it shrank back into the form of a ringed worm and threw itself behind Leonard, into the ancient, illusory stone wall clock. Gong. Another gong sounded as a mottled needle appeared on the grayish-white and bluish-black clock's surface. The needle jumped a few segments, causing the bell's echoes to become more hurried. Many resplendent beams of light flew out from 39 and 160 Buckland Street, fusing into the ancient, illusory stone wall clock as though they were being drawn and attracted. Law of Beyonder Characteristic Convergence. It was the law of Beyonder Characteristic Convergence that made use of the connection between avatars and the fact that one's level was higher and the gravitational force was stronger. Gong. Many streams of light flew over from different parts of Bakeland. When everything subsided, Klein's mind naturally reflected his current appearance. His hair was more white than black, and there were obvious wrinkles on his forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth. The skin on his cheeks was a little droopy, hiding some age spots. At first glance, one could tell that he was a gentleman who could die at any time. At this moment, the bell rang again. On the illusory ancient stone wall clock, the mottled gray hands began to turn in the opposite direction. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars. Klein saw his skin quickly regain its luster, and the spots faded and disappeared one after another. In just a few seconds, He returned to his original appearance, as if his life had never passed. The power of an angel is really close to that of a deity. I was just affected, and I almost died of old age. I wonder if I can still revive like this. Klein examined his condition, hurriedly raised his head, and said to Leonard Mitchell, who was in midair, "Don't worry. How do we save those who have been parasitized by Amon?" At this time, the illusory ancient clock behind Leonard quickly faded, turning into rays of light that drilled into his body. Leonard tilted his head slightly as though he was listening to something. After a while, he said, "The worms of time's beyonder characteristics in their bodies have all been sucked out. Some of the remaining parts have been sucked out, and some remain, but it won't cause too much of an impact." Old man said it won't be too much. Perhaps it's just not too much for an angel. In short, you can let them pray to the deities they believe in to see if they can be completely purified. However, they won't be able to explain what happened, so the deities might not respond. If you're worried that there will be repercussions, you can consider guiding them to pray to, that person. Everything that separates will belong to you. Perhaps it was because he had personally experienced a battle at the angel level and seen the phantom of the snake of fate. Leonard's excitement and trembling couldn't be calmed down for a short period of time. The people on this street were basically believers of the goddess, so how could she let them pray to the fool? "I don't wish to be thrown into that foggy town again." Yes, the goddess knows this matter very well. If I get them to pray to the goddess, there's a high chance of receiving a response. Then, I can request Her Highness Ariana to return the worms of time they spat out to me. I can give her some. As Klein's thoughts raced, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He casually asked another question. Will there be any side effects after a thorough purification? Although he had experience with Little Sun, this City of Silver youth wasn't an ordinary person. Leonard listened for a while more before saying, "Just a little bit. Because it's a deep-level parasitism, even if an ordinary person recovers, there will still be some residual effects in certain aspects. For example, liking a monocle." "Alright, you go back first. I'll take care of the rest." Klein nodded, rejoicing that the few parties involved in this battle weren't the ones with obvious destructive power. Otherwise, not only would Buckland Street be left unscathed, even North Borough might not be spared. In Pritz Harbor, a young man with black hair and eyes, a thin face, and a monocle rode a bicycle leisurely back to his house. With an obvious smile, he opened the letterbox and took out the newspapers and letters inside. After entering the house, the young man pinched the monocle on his right eye. As he walked, he tore open the letters and read the contents until he found an unsigned letter. "If we have lost all contact with all of us in Bakeland, that means that North Borough's Buckland Street might very well be hiding Palaz Zorost. Don't ask why we're taking the risk. Life always needs some excitement, fun, and anticipation." Note 1. For the smooth flow of the plot, we jumped into the tarot, and Will's prophecy deviated due to Amon's ability to exploit a loophole in fate. PS1. It seems to be a 5-star work. Thank you, everyone. Everything. PS2. 2 chapters have been delivered today. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1033. 160 Buckland Street. After watching Leonard fly out of the hidden world with the word of the sea in one hand, Klein focused his attention on his surroundings. The first thing he examined was Winner and Nooney. He originally believed that he couldn't use his marionette after being parasitized by Amon, but to his surprise, he realized that he could control his spirit body threads again. Klein was first taken aback before he understood why. While Snake of Fate Will Osepton's reboot caused Amon's condition to regress, it also caused the parasitized object to experience the same change. Hence, Winner and Nooney became a marionette once again. As expected of the strongest power of a sequence, one of the monster pathway. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as his figure quickly turned transparent and faded away. He teleported back to his master bedroom, leaving a bunch of marionettes to guard against any accidents. Right on the heels of that, Klein entered the bathroom and went above the gray fog. He once again used Inuni's prayer light and held the sea god's scepter to check the situation of the entire street. Without a doubt, he focused on his manor and Unit 39. He discovered that Butler Walter, Housekeeper Tanaja, Member of Parliament Mocked, Mariana, and many servants had traces of parasitism, making them look rather stiff. As for Hazel, she was on the brink of a complete breakdown. With her hands on the ground, she retreated to a corner and clung tightly to the wall. She curled into a ball and trembled. Mocked and company noticed that something was wrong with her as they surrounded her in concern to find out the reason. However, every time they tried to approach her, Hazel would scream loudly and resist violently. It frightened them so much that they could only stay a few meters away. They panicked and were at a loss as to what to do. During this process, they would occasionally nudge their glasses or pinch their eye sockets, making Hazel even more horrified. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before she lost control. Above the gray fog, when Klein saw this scene, he felt a baffling sense of horror as he imagined a scene. Father Amon, Mother Amon, Maid Amon and Servant Amon were circling around Hazel. They wanted to comfort her but couldn't find a way. They had the same face, the same monocle and different clothes. Even if Hazel holds on and doesn't lose control, she'll likely go insane after the incident. At the very least, she'll be in a half-crazy state. I have to make an emergency intervention. As Klein's thoughts raced, he put down the sea god's scepter and returned to the real world. Buckland Street and the surrounding area remained shrouded in darkness. It had a sense of tranquility, and profundity. This was a world that had become a secret. Klein took off his hat and put it on. He teleported to 22 Phelps Street, inside a director's office of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Audrey had already changed back into her light green dress. She was holding her pen in a daze, recalling every detail of the punishment operation at noon. Susie, the golden retriever, had finished her task and went out for a walk. Suddenly, this noble lady had a premonition as she looked up. A man with black hair, brown eyes, a thin face, and deep facial features was quickly reflected in her clear green eyes. This figure was dressed in a white shirt, black vest, black pants, and black leather boot. He had a cold expression as he pressed down on his hat, his body slightly hunched. Audrey was first taken aback before she recalled who it was. German Sparrow. Although she had never met him directly before, she had already read about the arrest warrant with an abnormally realistic portrait in a few newspapers. According to Miss Justice's reaction, Klein realized that he hadn't transformed back into Don Dantes. However, he didn't mind it too much. He released his hand from his hat and straightened his body. He nodded and said, "There's something I need your help with." His disguise had also been stolen by Amon, but it had been returned after the other party rebooted. However, he hadn't had the time to transform back into Don Dantes. "Mr. World, who's already a demigod, needs my help? There's something wrong with his mind again, and he needs treatment?" "No, it doesn't seem like it." Audrey pursed her lips as she put down her pen in curiosity and anticipation. She stood up and replied seriously, "No problem." Klein didn't waste his breath as he immediately walked over and grabbed Miss Justice's arm. Then, their figures faded inch by inch as they vanished from the spot. Moments later, they appeared outside the activity room of 39 Buckland Street. "This is teleportation?" Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly. She originally wanted to ask, but she sensed the heavy atmosphere. When she heard the scream, her face immediately turned solemn. "Is the patient inside?" she asked confidently. "It's so easy to communicate with a spectator. There's no need for too much explanation." Klein tersely acknowledged and said, "Yes. She encountered a beyonder incident and suffered a great shock. She's on the brink of losing control." Do you have a way to prevent yourself from being seen by the others inside? His latter question wasn't actually necessary. A large-scale illusion could resolve it. Besides, once the blessings of concealment were removed, ordinary people might not retain much of their corresponding memories. However, Klein, who had seen Adam's invisibility powers, was somewhat curious if the Sequence 6 Miss Justice had grasped such techniques. Mr. World is curious. He's curious. How rare. He doesn't seem to be wearing such a thick mask. He's changed into a thin one. He's really a good patient who follows medical advice. Audrey's chin moved slightly as she nodded slightly. Sure. As she spoke, she glanced at German Sparrow. After receiving a response, she reached out to turn the doorknob and pushed the door open. Mocked and Mariana completely ignored the beautiful girl as they anxiously discussed the matter of getting a doctor. As for Hazel, she remained curled up in a corner as her body trembled violently like an abandoned cub. Miss Hazel. As a veteran spectator, Audrey wasn't in a situation where she couldn't remember a person. She observed Hazel's state and frowned slightly. She turned her head and looked at German Sparrow. "Oh, Mr. Sparrow, can you briefly explain what happened to her? Only by understanding it well can we quickly resolve the problem." Klein was already prepared as he simply and quickly said, "She's a Beyonder from the Marauder pathway. She's a Beyonder of the Marauder pathway. She's the student of a demigod with ill intentions. Her teacher provoked blasphemer Amon's avatar, and was killed by him before having his fate and identity stolen. As such, Amon invaded her family and parasitized her father, mother, maid, and servants. And just now, when we eliminated Amon's avatars, she discovered that her father had become Amon. Her mother had become Amon, and her maid and servants had all become Amon. Yes, she doesn't know that it's Amon, but she knows that it's a strange existence. If you have anything you wish to understand in depth that doesn't involve any psychological problems, you can ask at the next gathering." Blasphemer Amon? Mr. World and company have once again eliminated Amon's avatars. No avatars? Audrey was slightly alarmed as she instinctively cast her gaze at Mocked and company. She couldn't imagine that they had once been parasitized by Amon and turned into him. Father was parasitized, mother was parasitized, maid was parasitized, servant was parasitized. As Audrey ruminated over Mr. World's words, she became more afraid the more she thought about it. The more she thought about it, the colder her body became. She couldn't help but imagine the scene of her encountering something similar. This left her a little suffocated as she subconsciously used placate on herself. Is the Beyonder world always this cruel and terrifying, or is it occasional? After calming down, Audrey muttered softly. She didn't wait for the World German Sparrow's answer, because having seen many things at the Tarot Club, she knew the answer very well. Always. Looking at Hazel again, Audrey walked over with a look of pity. She squatted down and first used placate. Hazel looked up in a daze and saw a flawless face and a pair of emerald-like eyes. At that moment, she felt as though she had returned to the ball that night, witnessing this lady descend like an angel. She instantly calmed down a lot as ripples stirred in her clear green eyes. They were tranquil, peaceful, and deep. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's already in the past." Audrey used hypnosis to directly communicate with Hazel's body of heart and mind. She heard the hysterical screams and felt a fear that was higher than mountains and deeper than the sea. Based on Hazel's state and encounter, she quickly came up with a treatment plan. She directly hypnotized Hazel, making her forget what had happened that day. She forgot that she had a teacher and only vaguely remembered her identity as a Beyonder and the general knowledge. Hazel became calmer as she slowly fell asleep. When you wake up, those terrifying experiences will no longer exist. And I was never here. Audrey used her gentle voice to complete the final step of hypnosis. Following that, she slowly got up and stared at Hazel for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and said in a low voice without turning her head, I asked her to temporarily forget the corresponding memory, but the memory did not disappear. It was just hidden. In the corresponding gatherings in the future, I will continue to treat her and guide her to gradually remember and accept the memory. Only in such a way can the problem of her mind be resolved. Otherwise, perhaps a familiar action or a familiar word will wake her up and collapse again. At that time, it is possible that she will directly lose control. Miss Justice is becoming more and more professional. Klein sighed and cautiously said, Then you have to hypnotize everyone who has been parasitized. Then you have to hypnotize all the people who have been parasitized so that they don't have hobbies that don't originally belong to them, like wearing a monocle. Also, get them to pray to the Evernight goddess in 15 minutes and request for a complete purification. Audrey nodded in an abnormally serious manner. No problem. Klein stood by the side and watched as the noble lady hinted at all the people who had been parasitized in the house with the greatest pity. P.S. Recommending a book, Seeking Survival at the End of the Ming Dynasty. The protagonist is Li Lieheng, also known as Li Zhong. The point of view is mainly from the perspective of a peasant army. It tells the story of a transmigrator usurping the fruits of the revolution. The truth is clear, false. The bandits guard the country and the pirates die. Chapter 1034. A few minutes later, the German Sparrow Klein and Miss Justice Audrey walked out of 39 Buckland Street and headed for the other parasites' residences. After walking in silence for a few steps, Klein suddenly looked ahead and said, Such a situation isn't rare among wild beyonders. Without suitable guidance, it often means that one is constantly walking on the edge of a cliff and might fall at any moment. Audrey grunted in acknowledgement. After a few seconds, she said, I know I'm no longer as... She deliberated for a moment and curled up the corners of her mouth slightly. As if she was laughing at herself, she found a suitable adjective. Naive. Phew. She exhaled without hiding it and looked ahead. Back in June last year, if I knew that the mysterious world was so cruel and terrifying, I might not have made the request to become a beyonder. Klein tilted his head slightly and looked at the noble lady's face. Then I'll give you a chance to completely get rid of the mysterious world. Will you accept it? Audrey was taken aback. She slowly pursed her lips and said, I won't. After giving such an answer, she seemed to relax a little. She smiled and said to herself, Don't worry. Knowing how cruel and terrifying the mysterious world is, I would have given up on becoming a beyonder before last June, but I won't do so this year. Perhaps this is the price of growth. I understand what you mean. Klein continued walking at an unhurried pace. He changed the topic and said, After those parasites are completely purified, a portion of them will spit out worms of time. These can be used to create fate siphon charms. They're at the demigod level and can change the fates of enemies and allies for a short period of time. When the time comes, I'll give you one as the consultation fee for today. Just as Audrey was about to refuse, she suddenly fell silent. Then she nodded slightly and said, All right. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly paused and glanced sideways at the German Sparrow. She smiled with a slightly complicated expression. I understand why you asked that question just now. Klein chuckled and did not give a direct answer. Audrey retracted her gaze. Her mood seemed to have lightened up a lot. I just participated in the punishment operation at noon, and now I'm here to deal with the aftermath of Amon's matter in the afternoon. Today is really tarot day. Her words had a double meaning, and she sighed with emotion. From her point of view, noon would be the tarot's moon, star, justice, judgment, and magicians working together in different ways. In the afternoon, the tarot's world and justice would participate in the elimination of Amon's avatars from different perspectives. This day was indeed memorable. It could be considered a tarot day in a sense. Klein nodded in agreement with Miss Justice's words, but he didn't tell her that Leonard had also participated in the afternoon's operation and was one of the main forces. Amon's avatar should be very difficult to deal with, right? Audrey finally found the opportunity to ask this question. She stared at German Sparrow, her green eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. Klein smiled. If I were to rely on myself, the German Sparrow you saw might essentially be Amon. Stealing fate and identity? Audrey asked in enlightenment. Klein tersely acknowledged. I'll tell you the details later. In short, in order to eliminate all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland, we mobilized an angel. In the future, if you encounter Amon's avatars, don't think that you have a way to deal with them. Immediately find an opportunity to pray. Yes, his characteristic is that he likes to wear a monocle and likes to pull scary pranks. An angel has been mobilized. I wonder if it's that death console, an angel from the fate domain, or… Audrey looked up into the sky and saw that the clouds were frozen. They didn't move at all, as though they were props in the dark background. Like a student listening to a teacher's lecture, she nodded solemnly and seriously. I'll keep that in mind. The two didn't stop walking. At times, they would be silent, and at other times, they would casually chat until they entered 160 Buckland Street. A few minutes later, in the activity room of Hazel's house, Mocked and Company suddenly had a strong urge to raise their hands in their seats and place them in front of their mouths and noses. They piously began praying and chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. After an unknown period of time, they coughed violently, to the point of tears and snot flowing out. Cough, cough, cough. Unknowingly, they had each coughed out a worm with 12 translucent rings. The moment the worm landed on the ground, it vanished without anyone noticing it. Similar things happened in other parts of Buckland Street, but everything quickly returned to normal. And at some point in time, the darkness in the sky had faded as the clouds began to flow with the wind again. Hazel slowly woke up from her parents' coughing. She was puzzled as to why she had fallen asleep on the sofa in the middle of afternoon tea. She felt that she should be in a good mood today, but she couldn't squeeze out a smile. It was as though there was an indescribable sorrow and pain in her heart. Seeing her parents casting concerned looks at her, not only did she not feel touched, she even flinched and trembled. It was as though she was an introverted person who wasn't used to interacting with others. Hazel knew that this wasn't her character, but she couldn't control her reaction. However, she didn't find it odd or puzzled. She continued enjoying the afternoon tea and snack. It was the same for Mocked and Ma and Rihanna. They had a nagging feeling that certain matters were blurry and impossible to recall. 160 Buckland Street. In the master bedroom with the curtains drawn, a figure suddenly outlined itself on the opposite side of the coffee table. It was none other than the barefooted ascetic leader, matron of the Evernight cloister, and the head of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. In this lady's eyes, the white sideburn Don Dantes was leaning forward slightly from the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him were 9 translucent ringed worms. "Good afternoon, Your Highness Ariana." Klein bowed solemnly and said, "Thanks to the help you provided, all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland have been wiped out. You can choose your share from these spoils of war." He had previously arranged a marionette beside every parasite and used an illusion to retrieve these worms of time. Upon hearing his words, Ariana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and replied piously, "Praise the lady." She didn't decline or stand on ceremony. She extended her right hand and made 2 worms of time fly up and land in her palm. "Amon will definitely have his guesses. You have to be careful in the future as well," Ariana said simply before her figure vanished inch by inch as though she had been wiped away. After watching the Archbishop leave, Klein sat down and picked up a pen and paper to write to Leonard Mitchell. He wanted to ask what other effects the Worms of Time had apart from being able to create fate siphon charms. He believed that he couldn't turn all the remaining Worms of Time into fate siphon. That would be too monotonous, making it easy to be targeted. It also wouldn't be able to deal with different situations. Therefore, he had to consider other applications. By using the worms of time as a medium and using patterns and labels that were different from the Fool's symbol to trigger powers, the corresponding effects would likely be different from Fate Siphon. And in this aspect, Pallas Zoroast was an expert. After writing the letter, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Rionette Tinker, who was holding the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out of the void. Her 8 eyes paused for a moment before looking at the remaining 7 worms of time on the coffee table. Miss Messenger looked at them for a full 3 seconds before retracting her gaze. She bit down on the letter and gold coin that Klein had handed over. "It's still 7 Pinster Street," Klein said succinctly. Rionette Tinker's remaining 3 heads replied one after another. "In the future. Such matters, also. You can look for me. The reward is the spoils of war." Klein was taken aback for a moment. "All right." After Miss Messenger returned to the spirit world and vanished from the room, he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself. Since she can recognize a worm of time, she should know that such a battle might develop to the level of an angel. She's not afraid at all. Miss Messenger is stronger than I imagined? 7 Pinster Street. Leonard received Klein's letter from Rionette Tinker. He still felt a little excited as he impatiently unfolded the letter and quickly read it. After the messenger left, he immediately suppressed his voice. "Old man, there should be other ways to create charms, right?" Just now, Pallas Zoroast had given him 2 worms of time from Amon as a reward for today's adventure. In Leonard's mind, the slightly aged voice replied with a smile, "Of course. After I sleep for a period of time and digest what I obtained this time, I'll teach you. It won't take long. Also, don't go to Buckland Street for the time being." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Pallas Zoroast chuckled. "Amon's avatars in Bakeland have all been destroyed. This isn't a trivial matter, and there's only a handful of suspects who can do such a thing. Do you think he will have any guesses?" This. Leonard tensed up again. Pallas continued, there's no need to worry too much. It's impossible for his true body to enter Bakeland. And now that I've recovered quite a bit, I'm not that worried about his avatars. In addition, I found a piece of information that Flora Jacob mentioned from the memories of a few of his avatars. Somewhere in Bakeland there's a hidden treasure of the Jacob family. At the end of the year, we'll seek out the other descendants of the Jacob family to cooperate with us at that gathering. We'll open that treasure and split the items inside. When that happens, even if Amon gathers a large number of avatars and raises them to the level of a sequence one, he won't be able to truly defeat me. For the sake of balance, we can also let Don Dantes participate in this matter. Chapter 1035. After hearing Old Man's words, Leonard immediately relaxed. He turned his attention back to the angel-level battle that happened in the afternoon and asked curiously, "Which Pathways angel does that gigantic snake phantom belong to?" Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Snake of Fate, the chairman of the Life School of Thought, a Sequence 1 angel. I never expected he to join them, chairman of the Life School of Thought? He has also become Mr. Fool's Blessed? The corresponding tarot card is the Wheel of Fortune?" Leonard's eyes widened slightly as he increasingly felt that Mr. Fool's influence was comparable to the 7 Orthodox churches. It was unfathomable. Death Consul. Snake of Fate. Incomplete Messenger. Under Mr. Fool, there are already 3 angels that have appeared. It's no wonder Klein was able to become a demigod so quickly. It hasn't been long, but I've already been embroiled in a battle at the angel level. It's unimaginable what will happen in the future. Leonard held the letter and sat on the sofa. He felt a sense of urgency to digest the Soul Assurer potion and advance to Spirit Warlock. He had been busy placating the souls in the Bakeland area, but due to the large number of missions, he was still a long way from completing them. He couldn't find the opportunity or excuse to head to Tingen City to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's blood. And the arrival of Amon's avatar was much faster than he had expected. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Emlyn White, who had changed into a brown priest robe, stood beside a long table with candlesticks. He looked at Ernst Bohr, who was working hard to wipe the altar. He raised his right hand and casually pointed. The left side. It wasn't wiped clean. Ernst Bohr, who was also dressed in Earth Mother's clergyman robes, glared at Emlyn angrily, but he still obeyed the instructions and wiped the area that had been a little perfunctory. I know you're very angry, just like how I was when I learned that you sold me the castle's information but deliberately hid the key information. Leonard did not care about her gaze at all. He smiled and said, Also, I forgot to tell you something. I'm a Viscount now. It happened last week. A sanguine Viscount corresponded to a sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar of the Moon pathway. One of the conditions for the advancement ritual was to be under the illumination of the full moon. Apart from that, one also needed to gather metals, gems, and the blood of beyonder creatures that represented the different states of the moon. It was rather complicated. However, Emlyn had long obtained the promise that the upper echelons of the Sanguine would hold a free ritual for him. Once the full moon arrived, he successfully completed his advancement. As for the digestion of potions professor, he felt that he had succeeded without putting much effort into it. This was because he often taught about herbology at the Harvest Church to commoners who were willing to learn. He even had potion combinations with special uses, and other than collecting marionettes, researching history, and doing volunteer work at the church, he also enjoyed pondering over all sorts of potions so that they could be used in different combat situations. You're a Viscount? Ernst Boyar suddenly straightened his body as he wore a look of astonishment. Within the Sanguine, as they were all long-lived species, they had quite a sizable population. The number of beyonder characteristics they had was limited, so it could be said that it was very difficult to advance one's title. One needed to wait in line for it to happen, and Emlyn White had only been a baron for about half a year. Ernst remembered that he had used a total of 60 years to go from baron to viscount. This was because his father had been attacked by artificial vampires and had died prematurely, leaving behind an inheritance. Of course. The smile on Emlyn's face became more obvious, but he maintained his composure. I obtained a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic from an artificial vampire. Ernst Boyar looked at Emlyn, momentarily at a loss for words. It was as though he had suffered a heavier blow than becoming a volunteer at the Harvest Church. Your expression is very interesting. Emlyn sked. Perhaps one day you will have to address me as Earl. Arrogant. Ernst blurted out. I'm already being very humble. I didn't say that I want to become a duke or even a prince. Without reaching the level of an angel, how can I become the savior of the Sanguine? Besides, in our tarot, Mr. World has already advanced to the demigod realm. Hermit will soon be one. This will definitely be a gathering of demigods in the future. Emlyn smiled and didn't argue with Ernst like he usually did. He took on a stance as though Ernst's words weren't worth rebutting. Of course, he also understood that the Sanguine's racial advantage no longer existed after the Scarlet Scholar stage. The difficulty of becoming an earl wasn't any lower than an artificial vampire advancing to Shaman King. The digestion of the Scarlet Scholar potion is rather simple. All I need to do is devoutly like the moon, worship the moon, and study the moon. This is what most sanguine usually do. However, the corresponding ritual is in the hands of the demigods. Without their permission, even if I obtain the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic from Sun, I won't be able to become an earl. Although Emlyn was arrogant, he knew very well what the path ahead was. The core powers of a Scarlet Scholar had 2 points. First, it was to create an environment that was beneficial to oneself. When the enemy wasn't good at spirituality or things related to the spirit world, one could create the effect of a full moon. On the other hand, one could hide the moon in that region. Second, one could obtain the ability to teleport and appear within a certain range of the moonlight. Even if one were to be shattered, one could reform in the moonlight. And the strength of these powers depended on the Scarlet Scholar's understanding and research of the moon domain. As for the strengthening of darkness-type spells, the enhancement of the potion's effects, and the increase of resistance to nightmare-type influences, they were all supplementary. Ernst was infuriated by Emlyn's attitude. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw the mountain-like half-giant Bishop Utravsky walk out from the back of the cathedral. He hurriedly bent down, lowered his head, and continued cleaning the altar. Emlyn White also picked up a rag and candlestick, wiping the surface in a well-practiced manner. In the quiet atmosphere, he thought of something. If he were to leave the Harvest Church now, would the upper echelons of the Sanguine force him to hand over the mystical items or beyonder items he had obtained from Ernst? If they were to mention it, I really wouldn't be able to reject them. This is because some of the items don't belong to Ernst. Emlyn thought seriously for a moment and decided to return to his room and set up a ritual. He would sacrifice the spoils of war he obtained to Mr. Fool. When the time came, he would split it with the Star, Justice, and the other members. The Oath of Rose Ring doesn't need to be sacrificed. This is only one of them. Whoever obtains it will be discovered and confirmed by the owner of the other ring. I'll just treat it as my spoils of war. I'll hand it over to Marquis Nibs tonight. I should be able to exchange it for a reward. I won't participate in the distribution of the rest. Emlyn quickly came up with a more concrete plan. As for whether the upper echelons of the Sanguine would bear a grudge against him because of this, he wasn't too worried. This was because when he handed over the Oath of Rose Ring, he would also mention that he had sought cooperation from an important member of the Rose School Temperance faction. This matter had happened last week. Back then, Emlyn had wanted to inform the upper echelons of the Sanguine, but who knew that during the subsequent gathering, the hanging man would suggest that he wait until the punishment operation was over before doing so. It was to showcase his importance and resolve the hidden anger and resentment. Hit me with a stick and give me a carrot? At that moment, Emlyn suddenly had a deeper understanding of this suggestion. 160 Bucklund Street. Inside Don Dantes' bedroom. Their spoils of war this time aren't bad. A diamond brooch that can raise one's stamina, maintain lucidity, and resist the influence of one's mind. A substitution paper figurine that can guard against lethal damage and psychic piercing. A belt that can reduce the damage of sun and lightning. A wallet that contains more than £300 in cash. Klein, who had just returned to the real world after receiving the sacrifice, sighed silently. He sat in front of his desk and took out a transparent worm. The moment he saw the worm, he felt a headache as he recalled the pain of his soul body being torn apart. This was a worm of spirit that he had split from himself. It was used to create a reward for Snake of Fate, Will Aucepton. As for how to replicate the item that could temporarily restore Will's strength, he already had an idea. It was to use the Worm of Spirit as a medium and use the complete symbol he had previously copied to trigger a response from the mysterious space above the gray fog. With regards to this, the outcome of his divination was that things would go smoothly. That item's essence is actually one of the powers of a sequence 3 scholar of Yore of the Seer pathway. From history, from my past self, I can temporarily borrow a portion of power. If I respond as the Fool, there definitely won't be any problems. The only problem is that the corresponding symbol is 3-dimensional, mysterious, complicated, and dangerous. It can't be directly engraved on various metal sheets. According to Will Aucepton, I have to use cogitation to drive my spirituality and directly outline it on the Worm of Spirit. If it succeeds, I'll also make one for myself. I'll see what my past self was like and see if I can trace it back to when Klein Moretti was young or the cocoon hanging above the door of light. If it's the latter, it's best if I can determine how many years I've been hanging there. Klein entered a cogitation state in thought. Then, he constantly outlined the symbol in his mind to guide his spirituality to reproduce the process outside and seep into the worm of spirit. This was a complicated and difficult task. If he wasn't careful, he would fail. Invisible symbols landed on the worm of spirit. Suddenly, Klein's body trembled slightly as the worm of spirit ignited and turned to ashes. Looking at his empty palm, Klein felt a headache. After a long period of silence, he muttered to himself, "Life sure is difficult." Chapter 1036. Rubbing his forehead, Klein was just about to attempt to split another worm of spirit when he suddenly saw Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walk out of the void and stand beside the desk. In the mouth of one of Miss Messenger's heads was a neatly folded letter. "Who's it from?" Klein asked casually. Rionette Tinker's other 3 heads answered one after another. "Mushroom King. Superior Mushroom King?" Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before realizing that it might be Frank Lee. And Frank Lee's superior was Admiral of Stars Catlia. Mushroom King refers to Frank Lee? Klein reached out to receive the letter as he asked in confirmation. The 4 blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful heads moved up and down with the help of their hair, as though they were nodding. Miss Messenger even knows how to give people nicknames. That's not right. Frank isn't only good at mushrooms. His domain includes cows, wheat, fish, Rose Bishop. This is because Frank's mushroom experiments had a breakthrough. Did Miss Messenger see a ship full of mushrooms? Klein couldn't help but draw a gasp as he quickly unfolded the letter. He was worried that it was Ma M. Hermit's plea for help. Of course, he wasn't in a rush either. This was because at the final juncture, an experienced pirate like Admiral of Stars would definitely choose to pray to Mr. Fool. This letter was indeed from the future's captain, Catlia. On it was a succinct note. It simply wrote, "Queen has already confirmed the time and location. Wednesday night, 11 o'clock. Usual place." I'm not sure what you said to Frank Lee, but I can tell that he's been very excited recently. He's gotten that artisan to do a lot of experiments and said that in another 3 to 6 months, he'll be able to produce in-progress results. He also said that if he has the Druid potion formula, he might be able to skip all the intermediate products and directly produce the final result. All I can say is that I wish you good luck. I hope that all of this can end before the artisan completely breaks down. He has already begun to repent of his faith in the primordial moon. Should I be happy that there will be progress in the City of Silver's food security, or should I be worried that something unexpected will happen? Klein rubbed his temples again and decided not to think about the matter. After all, Ma M. Hermit, who was about to become a demigod, was watching over him. If anything unexpected happened, she would definitely seek help. Phew! Having finally agreed on a meeting with Queen Mystic, he heaved a sigh of relief. He flicked his wrist, causing the letter to burst into scarlet flames. After watching Miss Messenger leave, he was just about to continue separating the worms of spirit when he suddenly frowned. He felt that the ashes on the desk and in the trash can were abnormally glaring. Subconsciously, Klein took out a tissue, wiped the surface of the desk, and then closed the lid of the trash can. After doing all this, he looked at his slightly dirty hands, stood up, entered the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. While he was cleaning, he saw the toilet bowl next to him from the corner of his eye, and his brows furrowed a little. "I didn't clean enough today," Klein whispered to himself, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his powerful spiritual intuition quickly figured out the reason. This was the aftereffect of using Death Knell. As he had already become a demigod, his spirit body had undergone a qualitative change and possessed godhood. Therefore, the corresponding negative effects had been reduced by more than 90%. This time, what should have been a terrifying weakness of being afraid of dirt had turned into a trait of being a germaphobe. Similarly, the duration of the weakness had been reduced from 6 hours to less than an hour. And the problem of death knell making him thirsty wasn't that obvious. Thankfully, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and skillfully pulled out the toilet bowl brush beside him. At 11 that night, above the gray fog, Justice, the Star, Judgment, Magicians, and the Hanging Man, who had participated in the punishment operation, appeared in the ancient and majestic palace due to Emlyn White's request. These are all the spoils of war. Emlyn threw the £3,000 he had just sacrificed into the middle of the table and explained, one of the mystical items is called the Oath of Rose. It's a pair of rings that allows the wearer to share their senses and thoughts within an ordinary city, no matter how far away they are. It's very valuable, but I only obtained one of the rings this time. No matter who it was given to, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, I handed it over to the upper echelons of the Sanguine and received £3,000 in cash as a reward. He originally wanted to use the £3,000 as his spoils of war, but after some thought, he decided to sacrifice it above the grey fog as one of the options. After a pause, Emlyn introduced the other items, explaining their positive and negative effects. He even made introductions and extensions. This knowledge stemmed from his interest in the history of the Sanguine, as well as Ernst Boyar's instructions under Father Yutravsky's watchful gaze. It's a little like he's showing off. Otherwise, with Mr. Moon's personality, he wouldn't have said so much in one go. It's also because Mr. Fool isn't present and he's in a more relaxed state. Audrey was like a bystander, not taking the initiative to choose the spoils of war. The Hanging Man Alger glanced at the spoils of war and turned to Emlyn. You've met the upper echelons of the Sanguine? Has the matter of hunting an important member of Rose School been confirmed? I've also made contact with that Temperance faction member, but he wishes for this operation to be carried out after September. Emlyn didn't hide anything, fully believing that Mr. the Hanging Man would provide useful insight. Indeed, the Hanging Man Alger nodded. It has to be after September? This means that they're waiting for something that will greatly affect them. On the other side of the ancient palace, Klein, who was waiting for the gathering to end, had his heart stir when he heard that. He suspected that it had something to do with Miss Sharon's advancement. According to what Miss Sharon said, she can attempt the demigod ritual in July. Could it be that this ritual will last for at least a month before it ends? If that's true, this is different from other pathways. Klein had a guess, but he wasn't sure. It's possible. Emlyn thought for a moment before agreeing with Mr. the Hanging Man's words. Then, he surveyed the area and said with a smile, "You can begin choosing." Audrey had the fate siphon charm that Mr. World had promised her. Leonard had also received the corresponding rewards from Old Man Palaz. They appeared very calm and clear-headed when it came to the spoils of war that the Sanguine Viscount had given them. None of them spoke first as they politely waited for the others to choose first. In addition, one of them had personally experienced a battle at the angel level, while the other had witnessed the horror of Amon's avatars. Furthermore, they had confirmed that tarot hid immense power. It was inevitable that they were mentally exhausted. Zio looked to the right and then to the opposite side. Seeing that everyone was being humble, she broke the silence. The part I'm in charge of is very simple. There's no need for me to take too much risk. Besides, Mr. Moon has already paid me £60 in advance. I'll take the cash in this wallet. As she spoke, she took out the handmade wallet and took out the notes inside. She quickly counted them and said, £335. Emlyn surveyed the area and nodded when he saw that no one objected. All right. As for the handmade wallet, Zio threw it back to the middle of the table and returned it to Mr. Moon for him to deal with. With Zio taking the lead, Magician's Furs said, I only lent Lamino's Travels. I'm only borrowing Lamino's Travels. I'm not taking any risks. I'll take the moon paper figurine. Compared to mystical items, such single-use beyonder items had relatively lower value. However, to a magician's, even if she had the right to choose a mystical item, she wouldn't do so. This was because if she really needed the powers of the mystical items, she could spend money to hire a corresponding member to record. As for a single-use item like the moon paper figurine that could withstand a fatal blow and a psychic piercing, there was no way to record. To a coward, this was definitely the first choice. After saying that, she waited for a while. Seeing that no one objected, she placed the moon paper figurine in front of her. Emlyn then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. Leonard also extended his hand and smiled. Ladies first. Audrey didn't decline as she scanned the items on the table and pointed at the diamond brooch. She said with a faint smile, "I'll choose that." She had heard Mr. Moon mention it before and knew that it was called the alcohol nemesis. It allowed the wearer to maintain their energy and clarity of mind, effectively resisting the influence of one's mind. Thankfully, to be safe, I had first used bribe, charm. Furthermore, Ernst had just woken up from his dream and was in a semi-conscious state. Otherwise, I might not have been able to hypnotize him. This item is also useful to me. At the very least, I have an additional layer of protection when facing members of the higher ranks of psychological alchemy. I can usually not wear it, so I don't have to worry about the negative effects. Audrey retracted her gaze from the diamond brooch in satisfaction. After she finished choosing, Emlyn didn't give the star Leonard a chance to speak as he directly said, "That's right." He directly said, "This moon ribbon is yours." From his point of view, the moon ribbon was worth more than £5,000. It was definitely better than £3,000 in cash. Actually, I do want £3,000 in cash. I'm going to buy the Word of the Sea cane next. Klein's discount price is £10,000. After spending this, I'll only have £650 in savings. Leonard ultimately didn't reject it as he nodded. All right. After Emlyn distributed the spoils of war, he picked up the remaining £3,000 in cash, split a stack, and pushed it to the side. "Mr. the Hanging Man, this is your reward. £1,000. It should be called a consultant's fee." Without Mr. Fool around, the magician's furs also felt a lot more relaxed. The Hanging Man Alger didn't stand on ceremony as he nodded slightly and pressed down on the stack of cash. "The carriage driver's compensation will also be paid by me." Emlyn surveyed the area in a good mood. Wednesday night, 11 o'clock, at the South Bank entrance of the Bakelin Bridge. A figure quickly outlined itself in the dark night. He had one hand pressed down on his top hat, and the other was placed between the buttons of his suit. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were distinct, and his expression was cold. He was none other than the strongest adventurer, German Sparrow.